May morning. Welcome to the Bath and North East Somerset Planning Committee, Wednesday the 7th of May 2025. My name is Councillor Ian Horsall. I am the chair of the committee, and I'll introduce my colleagues here on the top table.
Hello, my name is Karina Haskins from Democratic Services.
My name is Christopher Griggs-Trevarben. I'm Development Management Team Manager.
Hello, my name's Simon Elias. I'm in the Council's legal team.
Thank you. Could I ask people to make sure all their electronic devices are all switched off so we don't get disturbed? And I'll remind members of the public that the committee is actually being filmed, so if you are speaking, can you please make sure you speak quite clearly into the microphone, because we do have people watching online. If you don't want to be filmed, if you please let the operators know in the corner, and they'll make sure that you're not showing on camera. Okay, so I'll ask Karina if she'll be kind enough to read out the emergency evacuation procedure.
Thank you, Chair. If a continuous alarm sounds, you must evacuate the building by one of the designated exits and proceed to the named assembly point. The designated exits are signposted, and from this room you use the main door and then the main exit of the building. The assembly point for this building is in Orange Grove on the green outside Browns. Thank you.
Thank you. And do we have any apologies for absence or substitutions?
Apologies from Councillor Deborah Collins, Councillor Duncan Hounsell substituting. Apologies from Councillor Tim Warren and Councillor Colin Blackburn substituting.
Welcome back, Councillor Colin. Right. Any declarations of interest? No, I'll just say that the main item 1 is in my ward, entirely in my ward, but I've had no involvement whatsoever on the application, so I do feel I'm in a comfortable position to make a vote on that. Okay, in terms of urgent business agreed by the chair, whilst it says on here there is no urgent business, I will like just to say to everybody that this is my last time as chair of planning committee. I'm moving on to a different project within the council, so I shall be stepping down as of today. Okay, so in terms of public statements and questions, Karina, would you like to inform the public at the speaking time?
Speakers will be called to speak immediately after the case officer has made their presentation. The order of speakers and time allowed for speaking will be as follows. So any parish or town council representatives will go first and be allowed 3 minutes. Then objectors will go next and be allowed 3 minutes in total. Supporters follow and they'll be allowed 3 minutes in total. If there's more than one objector or supporter on a particular application, they must share the 3 minutes allowed to each side. Any ward councillors not on the committee who have indicated they wish to speak about an application may do so for a maximum of 5 minutes. The speeches will be timed by the traffic light system you can see on the table next to me. At the start, the light will be green. It will turn to amber when there is 1 minute of speaking time remaining. When the light turns red, speakers are asked to conclude their remarks. Thank you.
Thank you. I would just say, yeah, in terms of me stepping down, I'll be passing the baton over to somebody else, or maybe I should use the term rugby ball. Okay, right. We last met on the 9th of April. Minutes of the previous meeting have been circulated. Can I have confirmation that these are a true record of what happened? Councillor Simon and Councillor Jackson has seconded that. Thank you. Right, we had a site visit on the 28th of April following the deferral of Kennet Lodge. So hopefully members found that useful. I'll ask Ed if he'd be happy to present the case once again, please.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. Yeah, hopefully the site visit was useful for everyone. I think it was. So this is a householder application. This is the site outlined in red here on the left, and on the right is an aerial image of the same view, just to give a bit of context as to sort of the built-up area. So this is more of a constraints plan. So the green dashed area is the conservation area. So we're outside of it, but adjoin it. And the green dots are listed buildings. So this is a general overview of a bird's eye view of the existing and proposed site plans. Obviously, the existing is on the left. On the right-hand side plan, it shows the proposed works, but it also shows the outline of the existing dwelling in red. And this is a similar plan, but a bit more zoomed in, comparison of the roof plans. So yeah, we've got existing and proposed elevations here. So this is from the front, existing is on the left, proposed on the right. And again, the red outline on the right-hand side shows the extent of the existing dwelling. So from this plan and the plans that will follow, you can get an idea of the increase in height of the first floor living proposed. And again, from the side elevation. This also shows the single-storey north extension going towards the neighbour. And again, red outline showing existing dwelling. This is the other side elevation. And this is the rear elevation. So if you remember, we stood in the garden area of the site. This was that view. So this is a helpful site section showing the sort of land differences and the height of the single-storey extension in relation to the neighbour. This existing floor plan. And this is the proposed ground floor plan. And this is the proposed first floor plan. These photos are taken from one of the neighbours' properties. You can see the roof form of the existing dwelling in that picture. And then these are Google Maps 3D aerial images, just to sort of give a bit of context with the site and how it relates to the neighbours. So our site, if you're looking at the right-hand side photo, it's that single-storey house with that glass conservatory coming up the rear. That's the site. Again, these are photos taken from a different neighbour's property, looking towards the existing house. And these are a couple of photos from the site. I think the site visit was probably more useful. The building on in that photo on the right-hand side is one of the listed buildings. So for the reasons in the officer report, officers recommend to permit subject to conditions.
Thank you very much, Ed, for that. We do have some speakers on this application once more, so I'd like to invite Graham Robinson, who's a local resident. Just press the button in front of you, and as soon as you start, you'll have 3 minutes.
Good morning. I'm Graham Robinson. I live in Lavender Cottage, which is immediately adjacent to Kennet Lodge. We've been there since 1980, and during that time, there has never been any upstairs accommodation in Kennet Lodge. It's not a chalet bungalow as described, which would lead you, as the planning committee, to think it was a simple extension to create a first story. It's not. It will have a heavy impact on the surrounding properties. There are 3 fundamental objections which have not been satisfactorily addressed, we believe. And we're supported in this by Bathampton Parish Council and continuing support from Kevin Guy and our ward councillor Sarah Warren. The first is loss of privacy. How could it be acceptable for the proposed first-storey extension to have windows facing into Trisanton's bedrooms and reception rooms only 25 metres away? Opaque windows will not persuade the objectors. Kennet Court, Lavender Cottage and Willow House are all badly affected. There was a site visit, but the members did not visit Tresanton, Kennet Court, Lavender Cottage or Bathampton House. Without the visits, we're not sure the members are able to assess the loss of privacy objections. We're a bit surprised there's been not a full report as to loss of privacy. And by example, Tresanton, built in 1968, has no north-facing windows opposite Lavender Cottage because it would have been a loss of privacy. And we think the same principles should apply. Second objection is overdevelopment. Members will have seen on their visit there's very little undeveloped space on the site. The plans appear to occupy a larger footprint than the listed old rectory beside it, which is a very large house on landscape gardens. A first story would be overbearing, especially on Willow House to the north, and the conservation officer has observed in their report that the ground floor includes a music room, playroom, guest room, and a workshop. And if you applied flexible use on these, you wouldn't need the first story extension. The third objection would be character and quality of infill. The development's out of character with two listed properties beside it, Kennet Court and the old rectory. And policy D7, which relates to character and quality of content, was omitted. So if they're the three major objections, there are some other observations. We felt allowing plans dated the 31st of January to be submitted and recommended after we were stopped from making further comment on 17 January was unfair.
Okay, can I ask you to summarise now, please? Please.
Okay.
You had your 3 minutes. Okay. All right, thank you. Thanks very much for that, Mr. Robinson. Okay, in support of the application, we have the applicant's agent, Sasha Berizina. Is that right?
Good morning, councillors. My name is Sasha Berizina, speaking on behalf of Mr. and Mrs. Shepherd, the applicants here. Thank you for taking your time to come out to see the application site last week. We hope this visit was helpful in your assessment of the proposals. You were able to see the size of the plot, how the existing bungalow sits in the middle of it, and the relationship with the surrounding properties. The application site is not in a green belt, it's not within a national landscape or a conservation area, and key planning considerations in this particular instance are in relation to the impacts of the proposal upon the nearest heritage assets, visual and residential amenity of the neighbours, which is pretty much what was picked up in the objectors' comments. There is no need to consider volume of floor areas like you would in a green belt. You could see from the works completed so far that the applicants aim to achieve very high quality design and invest significantly in enhancing of the plot and of the house. The current proposal seeks to adapt and enhance existing building and make it a long-term home for the family. The scheme will be seeking to upgrade the building with eco-insulation, energy-efficient heating systems, green roofs, and traditional materials that match the surrounding buildings. The subservient relationship with the old rectory will be preserved, and this has now been confirmed in writing by the conservation officer. The surrounding large detached properties have sufficient levels of separation from the proposed development. There are no sensitive windows on the boundary that would be overlooked at any greater level than they are now. There will be no overbearing effects upon the neighbours. To the rear, there will be a single dormer with a bathroom with obscure glazing. The rest will be villexes which would sit over a double height area to allow light down into the ground floor. To the front, Kennet Lodge is looking at the side of a large roof that has no windows or bedrooms in it. The single-story extension was positioned at the front of the house to avoid encroaching on the listed building setting and to preserve the rear lawn's green character. This is much less harmful than permitted development rights. The site is big enough to accommodate extensions. The roof conversion will not significantly change the form or the height of the house. The applicant has worked with the council officers for many, many months to achieve an acceptable solution, and the proposal would comply with the relevant policies HE1, D2, D5, and D6. So we believe the application should be approved. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. Could I now ask any of the members of the committee if they've got any questions for Ed? Ed, would you be kind enough to put the, some of the elevations on the screen, please? Thank you. Anybody got a question? No? Sorry, Councillor Jackson.
Thank you very much. Thanks for the presentation. I'm struggling with page 23 and the officer's remarks, and I was wondering if there was a proper factual definition of overdevelopment of the site. Is it the amount of space that it occupies or proximity to the neighbours? You know, how do we define overdevelopment?
So there's no strict definition. It's essentially a judgment taking into consideration site context. If I'll look at the site plan, it's often a helpful tool. So I think in my report I've touched on distances from the boundaries, but still retaining a good extent of private amenity space. You're still able to provide car parking and refuse storage. So things like that sort of make you think that if you can still provide all of those things, the site isn't overdeveloped, but it is essentially just a judgment. And Chris, I don't know if you had anything to add on.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hansel.
Thank you. Just one question for now. Could you confirm the extension that's in the direction of Willow House? Can you confirm that there isn't any window in that facing wall that directly faces Willow House?
Yes, so there isn't. The windows are located on the front and the back of it.
Okay, thank you.
So yeah, the Willow House is at the top of that.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Any questions from anybody else? Councillor Blackburn.
Hi, Ed. Just want to touch on ridge height. Obviously, it's a significant change, and I just wanted to know what the advice or the reasoning to allow even it into the proposal, because I know previously I've seen other applications where it was discussed beforehand that ridge height shouldn't change. So just get your feedback.
Yeah, so the ridge height is increasing by 0.7 metres. So you can see on that plan, the red line is the ridge height of the existing dwelling. So officers feel that through revisions, we've come to a roof height and form which is acceptable.
Councillor Hughes. Thank you. Hi, Ed. A couple of questions. First of all, do we have any idea of the volume increase on this development?
Yeah, so officers haven't done volume comparisons, because that's normally lended sites in the Greenbelt. So instead, we've just, through the site visit and the review of the plans, considered that the extensions are okay.
Okay, thank you. And is it possible to bring up that one there, the relationship with the neighbour to the north? Do we have, can we apply any dimensions to that extension that's towering above the property below? Can we put a dimension on that height above the property below?
So that that extension is like 3.3 metres high.
3.3 metres. Okay. Okay, we can work it out from that. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Councillor Hodge.
Yes, thank you, Ed. Concerns were raised in the presentation to us about loss of privacy for two properties, Chishampton and Lavender Cottage. Could you possibly show us the relationship on the map at the beginning between those, and whether there are any windows facing in those directions?
So yeah, there are going to be windows looking towards, there's going to be a dormer window facing towards Kennet Court, which is on that elevation on the bottom there, but that is obscure glazed. Looking north, there's no windows on the single-story extension, but there are dormers facing that way. And the property to the right, there will be two new windows there, one of which is obscurely glazed, the other one isn't, but we've taken that into account considering the distance and site context through the site visit as well. Officers don't think that those impacts would be adverse.
Thank you. Councillor Simon.
Just to follow up on the point that you were discussing with Councillor Hughes, the extension wall that is quite high, 3 metres, as I recall, it largely will sit opposite the garages of Willow House rather than its habitable spaces. Is that correct?
Yes, on this plan here, you see the extension at the front. So it is sited forward of the neighbour.
Okay, anybody else? Yes, Councillor Hansel.
A comment's been made about it, the proposal being out of character with the area. On the site visit, it seemed to me there was a mix of housing, but of types of housing. Do you have any photographs that can show the neighbouring houses and give us a feel of whether it's out of keeping or and that out of character point is correct or not?
Yeah, I don't have photos of the houses on the street, but hopefully a site visit helped with that sort of consideration. I think, yeah, we accept there is a variety, but we also feel that the way it's been done is sensitive to its surroundings, even though that this is a relatively modern dwelling. So yeah, overall, we feel that there isn't harm to their character and appearance.
Thank you. Councillor Blackburn, you've got another question?
Yeah, so just a couple of things to clarify. That 3.3 metre wall that is now predominantly in front of the neighbour's garage, how long is that in terms of, if we go back to that slide where you showed it offset? I mean, that's it. Obviously, I'm just looking, where is it? Yeah. That's a significant wall, 3.3 metres, but how long is it? It looks to be sort of 2 car lengths, 10 metres?
Yeah, sorry, I don't think I have the width of it written down. Yeah, sorry, I don't have that,
Okay,
that
great.
measurement.
Just one other point that was brought up about opaque glass. It was mentioned by in the presentation about one of them being a bathroom, but bedroom 2 has a dormer on it, and it appears to be showing opaque glass. Seems rather strange for a bedroom to be specified. What was the condition on having see that window that directly seems to look over the wall into Kennet Court on the left-hand side? Now, I can see the bathroom on the right-hand side, and obviously the reason why you'd have opaque glass, understandably, but that's a bedroom.
I think those windows on the left are roof lights, but the dormer...
Yeah, the dormer isn't.
Yeah, I don't think that dormer is obscure glazed. It's only the dormer facing this way on the ensuite which is obscure glazed.
But for the point of clarity, obviously it was raised about the opaque glass, not overlooking because it's a bathroom. I just want to be clear, that dormer is not opaque glass, so it will be overlooking.
Well, we don't think it results in overlooking, but it will be a clear glass window. But because of the distance from the boundaries, we feel that that's okay. And also because of the land differences, you're sort of going to be looking out onto the roofscape of the neighbouring dwelling.
Okay, anybody else got any more questions? Councillor Jackson.
I was meditating on this application last night and the site visit, which was so extremely helpful. And I was wondering, is the basic problem the fact that this is on a raised elevation above the other houses? As you go up the road, it struck me as it was much higher than we'd realised. And do you consider that there could be, or there is going to be, adequate screening along that wall by where he's got the barbecue and it overlooks, which one is it? the one that's lower down on the road. Sorry, I can't read. So have we got adequate screening planned is the question, and is the basic problem the dominance on the sort of hilltop?
So officers don't have a problem with how the dwelling sits and its levels in relation to the area and or neighbours. We haven't sought new screening or planting along that northern boundary. If members felt differently, that is potentially something you could secure via condition, but officers haven't felt that necessary to secure a specific sort of boundary plan.
Well, with respect, I think it would be very good to have some proper screening, but please, can we condition it not fast-growing conifers?
Councillor Blackburn.
Thank you, Chair. Ed, just another one. I'm picking up on Councillor Jackson's thing about screening. You've got access via a shared drive or a right-of-way drive, and at the moment the vehicles come in and they park on that driveway. It's now showing that they're going to take out some of the shrubbery and turn cars into a hard standing. That's lights that currently at night time are not shining into the windows of Willow House, but they will be as they turn onto those hard standing. Is that loss of amenity not something that is taken into consideration when it comes to screening or some sort of formal action to address that change?
So officers don't think so, but yeah, like, if members felt that was needed, we could potentially explore that through condition. I think what I would say is we are in the urban area here. People have cars. I mean, they could, if they wanted to, park their car facing the neighbour now with headlights on. But I don't think the works sort of exacerbate that risk or issue to a level that you would say that there's harm to the community, that you would refuse permission on that basis. And also, again, we are slightly forward of Willow House, rather than cars, say, if they were all the way over here, directly looking over, that might be a slightly different issue. But yeah, I think if members felt that screening was necessary, then Chris, you could probably form some sort of condition if members felt that way.
Councillor Gawley, you've got a question.
I think this follows up the screening. I mean, my observation of that garden is there's a lot of hard standing and a lot of vegetation, except for the grass area at the back. And it struck me that quite a lot of the plants seem to be prepared for drought tolerance. But I think that the idea of screening along that boundary between that and I can't see what the name of the house is at the bottom, at the top rather, might be sensible because it already exists, and I think that just adds to the biodiversity that is otherwise lacking.
Okay, anybody else before we move on to have a discussion about this? Okay, no, obviously, a balanced decision or recommendation has been made by the officers. They feel that it's a medium-density suburban environment, so the issue of character has been considered. It's inevitable that in an area like this there would be some degree of overlooking if people wanted to do so, but the view that's being expressed is it's not going to be so unreasonable to warrant refusal on amenity grounds. But you may come to a different opinion, and you may want to discuss whether we add a condition if we're going to recommend approval for screening. So, Councillor Simon.
Yes, I found the site visit very helpful, and my conclusion was definitely that this was a plot that could take the proposed size of building without being, in any sense, overdevelopment. It sat quite nicely in the plot. It makes good use of an obsolescent building by bringing it up to the standards that the family are looking for. I'm happy to move the recommendation. In terms of the screening, I don't think there's a planning case for screening. I mean, no doubt the householder will have listened to what's been said about the issue, but in terms of a condition, the only area that might require screening is an existing area of garden anyway, and developing making your garden different and more drought tolerant is not a planning development. So this development doesn't seem to me to have any impacts that require screening on the at the frontage to Willow House itself. In terms of the other area, the car parking area, that sits effectively, it doesn't sit in relation to Willow House. It's because Willow House is set further to the west than the parking area. So I'm not seeing any need for any further conditions, and I move the recommendation.
Okay, thank you. So you're moving. Anybody wants to say anything else, or can I ask bring back a seconder, Councillor Jackson?
Well, I'm sorry, Chair. I think we need to consider the neighbours and the loss of amenity, which they will inevitably endure, and that the question of adequate screening is a vital one for conditions, because it will, to some extent, mitigate against the loss of amenity to the neighbours.
Councillor Hansel.
You were looking for a seconder, and I'm happy to second. If you want me to say a few words in seconding, I will.
Apologies, I didn't catch Councillor Hodges' eye.
Yeah, again, I was saying I'd be prepared to second, but only on condition that we do consider this issue of screening. I think it's really important, so I'd like to see a delegate to permit. And I think what I noticed on the, I did feel comfortable with the development. I felt the site visit was very helpful, but there is some existing screening actually that mitigates the impact of the buildings that are going, and that isn't shown on the plans. So I think an element of condition screening, it would be really important for me to support this application.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Hodges. So based on Councillor Hodges' views and Councillor Jackson, Councillor Simon, would you be happy to, I know you suggested you don't feel there is a need for a condition about screening, but would you accept that?
Yes, I'm happy to change the recommendation to delegate permit so that the officers can consider whether any further screening and the nature and type of that screening is required to mitigate planning disadvantages.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Crossley, did you want to say anything?
Yes, I'd like to speak against the recommendation. I think what we have here is a lovely rural extension to Bath with lots of green space around all the houses, and what we've got is creeping loss of green space with all of these extensions that keep coming in, and collectively that means there's a lot of damage to the wildlife ability of the land around in Bathampton in this area. So I think this is overdevelopment of the site, it's inappropriate, and it is quite intrusive on the neighbour, despite the fact that there's no windows in that nearest wall. So I will be voting against this recommendation.
Okay, thank you for your view. Councillor Hughes and then Councillor Hansel.
Thank you. I think I come to a similar conclusion. I think there are issues on 3 of the 4 sides with elevated windows, which will be a loss of amenity to Willow House, to Kennet Court, and to the property to the right. I think Willow House then has the double whammy of this extension extending almost to the party wall, effectively, and a 3.3 metre height means that it will probably raise at least 2 metres above the existing wall. And I think the existing wall also currently is probably the maximum you would expect to have to tolerate. So I think there's a loss of amenity to at least 2 properties, if not 3 properties. I'd have to come to the same conclusion as the parish councils, that although it fits on the site, I do feel that this is an overdevelopment.
Thank you. Councillor Hansel.
Right, you checked with Councillor Simon that he was happy to amend his proposal, and as seconder, I'm happy to as well. Just a few quick words. The building as it is now comes across to me as jaded and of unimaginative design, of no architectural merit. On visiting the site, it seemed to me quite a substantial site, plenty of room for the footprint that's being proposed. Quite an eclectic mix of housing in the general area. All of them would have been modern when they were built. I don't see this as overdevelopment. In fact, I think the applicant's gone some way actually to try to, not cause difficulties with neighbours' amenities. So I'm happy to continue seconding this motion.
Okay, thank you. Just for ladies and gentlemen who've just walked in, we're just about to make a decision on this application, and then hopefully there'll be some seating for you shortly. Councillor Blackburn, did you want to say anything else?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Obviously, I've been subbed into this, so I'm trying to play catch-up. I wasn't able to make the site visit. I've tried to speak to a fellow councillor to understand what was viewed, and I've tried to go down into the village and have a look last night, so I at least come with some knowledge. As a conservation area, that was set a long time ago. We're talking about certainly 2 boundary properties with the old rectory and Kennet Court. Those walls around this property are the edge of that, but those walls have been there for a reason. And the infill, as it came in, whenever this was built 50, 60 years ago, is quite reflective of the area in Bathampton. There's a lot of bungalows there for a reason, because of the slope of the land and everything else. To take that ridge height up and put that first floor with those windows and that loss of amenity, I think has a major detrimental impact on that conservation area and those properties within it. It's only not in the conservation area because that was set many, many moons ago for those grade listed properties. But also, like Councillor Hughes, I have massive concern about Willow House and the impact on them of that extension that is right up to pretty much onto their boundary wall impact there.
Thank you. We're getting quite a balance of views here. Councillor Jackson.
Well, just finally, it seems to me Councillor Crossley nailed it, that what we're looking at is a change of character of the actual building itself, which is not going to be like a sort of retirement bungalow for an elderly couple, but a large family house. And dare I say it, possibly suburbanification of the area, because it's going to look more like a suburb of a larger settlement than where it currently is. Do we have any guidance from a neighbourhood plan that might help us resolve this issue of whether it is or it isn't a legitimate concern?
No, there's no neighbourhood plan for this area, just been advised. We have got a motion which has been put forward by Councillor Simon and seconded by Councillor Hounsell. Obviously, if that vote fails, then we'll have to then take another motion, and I'll ask you to start thinking about the reasons for refusal if that would be the case. So we're ready to take a vote on Councillor Simon's proposal. So all those in favour? So that's 7, and those against? 3, and any abstentions? No. Okay, so that motion's been carried, and approval's been given, obviously subject to that additional condition. Thank you. Right, we can move on now to the main part of the agenda, and the application we're going to consider next is in relation to the former home-based site in Pines Way in Oldfield Park, on the border with Westmoreland. I'll just allow ladies and gentlemen to leave the room. In fact, I'll give a 2-minute break. Okay, when you're ready, Izzy.
Thank you, Chair. So this is the application for the redevelopment of the Homebase site in Bath to provide residential dwellings, shared living, flexible commercial floor space and associated works. The report does clarify, but shared living is an interchangeable term for co-living. I'm going to refer to it as shared living in this presentation because that's what's in the description. So the site location, which is edged in red, I will provide a more zoomed-in site location plan in a moment, but we have the River Avon, you can see snaking through the city there. You've got the Phase 1 BWR scheme just here, the gasworks site here, and then the Lower Bristol Road, just where my cursor is running. Then this is a more zoomed-in image of the site. So again, you've got the Phase 1 BWR scheme, this is the river along here, and then the site is edged in red. So the site is currently vacant at the moment. The Homebase building was demolished some time ago. So I'll just run through the policy context. So the site is an allocated site under policy SB7, which captures all of the land that you can see coloured on the screen. This diagram is quite helpful in showing the complexities of the land ownership at this site. So the landowners listed in the policy are now a little bit outdated. Obviously, different people have acquired the land, but it does show that there are a range of landowners in this area, and that has some bearing on how the site allocation comes forward. This is diagram 10 contained within the allocation policy. So this sets out the overarching principles and requirements for forthcoming developments within the area. So of note is Sydenham Park Street, which is the yellow one just here. Which is proposed to be a key active travel route from, through the site, connecting BWR to the west with the city to the east. Excuse me. So this is the requirement of the policy. So the policy requires that this site allocation will deliver a mix of land uses within the broader area, made up of over 500 units of residential dwellings, complemented by employment floor space of around 14,000 square metres, a hotel of around 150 beds, and complementary food and drink establishments. So I'll start with some site photos just to give you a little bit of context. So these are taken from within the site itself, looking towards the dwellings to the north, known as Albert Crescent, Western Terrace, and the Mews. Then these photos look across the site. These trees just here are the London Plains, which are TPO'd, which run into the Sainsbury's overflow car park. You can see Pinesgate offices just here, and then hopefully you can just about see the roof of the Sainsbury's petrol filling station where my cursor is. Then moving to the outside of the site, so these images are taken by back to the Sainsbury's petrol filling station, facing into the existing site access from Pines Way. Then a view into the site from the Sainsbury's overflow car park. This is the part of the avenue of the London Plains, and you can just about see the outline of BWR Phase 1 over here. These photos are taken from Victoria Bridge, so this is facing towards the Alison Brooks development, and again in this one you can see BWR Phase 1. And then this is taken from the edge of the Alison Brooks development on Western Terrace, looking into the site. So this wall separates the development site and those residential dwellings. This existing site boundary will be retained. Then these are some views from within BWR Phase 1 to the west. So these are both taken looking down Stoddart Avenue. The site is just here. Then finally, this one is taken a little further afield from across the river in Norfolk Crescent. The site is actually located behind these trees. I've got some photo visual montages later when these trees aren't in leaf so that you'll be able to sort of see through into the site. So moving on to the proposals, this is the proposed site plan and layout. So the scheme proposes 179 shared living units, which are located in block B1, indicated by the green star just here. The 275 build-to-rent units, which will be use class C3, are located in blocks A, C and D, which I've indicated with the gold stars on the screen. The commercial units are concentrated at the southern end of the site in buildings B down here and building D here, and I'll pick these up in the detailed floor plans later on. So this is buildings A1, A2 and A3, or Block A at the northern end of the site. So these are made up of build-to-rent C3 residential units. So there's a mix of sizes of dwellings in this part of the site, ranging from 1 to 3 bedroom properties, including some duplexes. This is the elevation showing the whole building as views from the north, so the sort of Victoria, the river side of the elevation, looking south. And then these are the elevations for buildings A1 and A2, which are the two end sections of building A. And the elevations for building A3, which makes up the middle section, which is 2-storey, and these are largely where the 3-bedroom units, the duplexes are located. These are the floor plans for building A1. Building A2 is very similar, so I'm not going to show you those as well, but this building has 4 levels, including the ground floor, and largely features 1- and 2-bedroom flats, which are all on 1 level. The roof has a small pitch, as you can see from the roof plan just here, and there is some opportunity for solar photovoltaics on this part of the roof. Building A3, the middle section, has a mix of kind of apartments and duplexes, which are over 2 floors. So these have 3 bedrooms, all the ones in this middle section here. And then this is the roof plan. So you can see again, there's a small pitch on this roof, and there's quite a large opportunity for solar PV on this part of the roof. Then moving to building B, which is the central block of accommodation within the site, and is largely 6 stories in height, though there are some lower parts, such as the entranceway just here, which is better seen in some of the montages I'll show you later on, and on the floor plans. So this is the eastern elevation, which has had some revision, particularly in respect to the roof form here, to incorporate pitch roofs at the request of officers, and also at the end here. There's been quite a lot of discussion with officers surrounding the roof form and the necessity to provide roof pitches so that views into the site from the Green Hills are appropriate. This has been balanced against the provision of solar PV and the need for plant apparatus on the roof as well. So this is the southern elevation. So this is the elevation nearest to Pines Way. There is a physical break in the building here, which was requested by officers to break up the massing of the building as a whole and provide some articulation to this facade. The commercial units are along here, and again I can show you these on the floor plans in a minute, but this will help to provide an active frontage on Sydenham Park Street. Then finally the west elevation, which is the elevation which faces the existing BWR Phase 1. So this is where the main entrance is to the building, just here. Again, the roof form has been revised, particularly at the end, to give it a pitch to the satisfaction of officers. I'll just show you one example of a section. So all of these areas here are residential. There's some plant rooms on the ground floor. And then there's also a car parking area at sort of a podium ground floor level, which you'll better see on the floor plans in a moment. So this is the ground floor plan. You can see the parking here, which I was just trying to describe. So the entrance in is just here for the car parking. The cycle parking is also on this floor for this building. You can see it here. There's some cycle parking just here as well. And then these are the commercial units along here, which I was talking about, and on this corner, which will provide that active frontage to Sydenham Park Street, which is something that policy SB7 requires. So this is the first floor plan. So you can see that the car parking area is covered by this terrace, this area of open space, which is a garden space for the build-to-rent element, which is located on this side of the building, just for clarity. This side of the building here, so the western side, is the shared living. There is some amenity space here, outdoor amenity space for these residents. And this is the second floor plan. Again, the shared living on the western side and the build-to-rent. Sorry, the shared living on the western side, that's this one, and the build-to-rent on this side here, that's the eastern side. I won't show you floors 3 and 4 and 5 because they're essentially follow a really similar layout. But I will show you the roof plan of building B. So you can see that this now incorporates a number of pitched roofs following quite a lot of revision to the scheme. They're indicated by the arrows, which hopefully you can just about make out on the screen. There are also some areas of photovoltaics proposed, and the plant is accommodated within the roof as well. This was a query that was, I think, raised at committee briefing. So there are 17 wheelchair adaptable units located in Block B for the build to rent, 3 on each floor with 5 on the top floor. There is a lift for access. All the dwellings, with the exception of the duplexes, meet wheelchair accessible standards throughout the development, and that is set out within the report in the housing accessibility section. Moving on to building C, so this is located in the northeastern part of the site. This is a smaller building and has build-to-rent units within it only. These are the floor plans, so this has a mix of 1, 2 and 3 bedroom apartments. And then finally building D, which is also termed the Prow building within the submission. This building is located in the southwestern part of the site on the Newston and Park Street near the Pines Way gyratory. So the roof form has been revised, which you'll see better in the visuals that I'll show you in a minute, but these changes have had the advantage of breaking up the massing and setting the roof back. So the roof is flat and houses PV, and this is considered to be appropriate and acceptable in this building. So I'll just show you the ground floor plan, and then the plan, which is basically the same for floors, levels 1 to 4, but you've got quite a large area of commercial unit in this building as well as cycle storage, and then kind of a plant room, and then the accommodation above. So this plan shows the connections to the site. Again, I know this is a question that was raised by some members. So the red lines show the pedestrian routes through the site. Victoria Bridge is just off the screen up here, and then Sainsbury's car park is just off the screen over here. The cycle routes are shown in blue. So these run along Sydenham Park Street here, and then Midland Terrace up here. And the yellow is the aspirational route. So that's this route here, which is the connection which is talked about in the report between the Crest Nicholson land and this site. This isn't within the land ownership of Hub, so conversations are ongoing to be able to provide this link, which obviously would provide a more direct route for cyclists from this area here. But we accept that, you know, as I said before at the beginning, there's some complexities around land ownership, and this is outside the gift of the applicant. And then we've got a similar situation here at the bottom with this route. So the aspiration of the policy is that eventually Sydenham Park Street will continue all the way through that avenue of London Plains onto the bridge that goes across Sainsbury's car park to give access into the city. Obviously, this land is owned by Sainsbury's at the moment. It is closed off. Again, I think conversations are ongoing in terms of being able to open this up, but this is, again, outside the gift of the applicant. But the scheme that's proposed in front of members today doesn't preclude this link from coming forward and does provide an alternative to loop up and then back round. I think there was a question as well about the accommodation schedule. So this is the accommodation schedule for the build to rent. All units comply with the nationally described space standards, and there's a range of accommodation types from 1 bedroom, 1 person properties to 3 bedroom, 5 person properties. And then moving on to some verified views and photo montages. So this is the view from within and at the end of Stoddart Avenue, facing east towards the development. So this shows the roof improvements. So this was the previous design of the scheme. And then on the right-hand side, we've got the current design. So you can see that there have been some changes to the roof here and subtle changes here, which I think help to kind of soften that edge of the development. And then this is the same view as if you've sort of moved further along Stoddart Avenue into the development site. So at the top of the screen is the proposals that the committee are looking at today. Again, the previous design with the roof and the revised design. And at the bottom of the screen, this is a photo montage from the previous application, which was refused and then approved at appeal, just so that you can have some comparison on the scale and the massing and the visual appearance of the two schemes. This is the view down Midland Terrace. Again, you can see some of the amendments to the roof, particularly on this corner just here. This has helped to articulate the roof form more successfully, and the materials shown here are indicative. There is a material schedule and samples secured by way of condition, but in principle, officers consider them appropriate. The use of brick, again, as detailed in the report, was accepted by the inspector during the previous appeal. So this is the view from Nelson Place on the opposite side of the river. So you remember I showed you that picture at the beginning with all the trees in leaf. This is the trees not in leaf, so this is a kind of worst case scenario view. And when the trees are in leaf, this view will largely be obscured. So again, this was the previous design, and you can't really pick up on the roof changes in the revised design from this distance. And then again, at the bottom, I've included a visual montage of the previous scheme, which was permitted at appeal. And then this is the view along Pines Way, facing northeast. So as you can see, the roof of the Prowl building can pick this up better than on the elevations, but it's been set back and there's some articulation within the roof form just to make sure that it does appear as a roof and not kind of a continuation of the facade. And again, at the bottom, I've included the same view of the previous scheme so you can make a comparison. And then the view from the Lower Bristol Road, so you can obviously see the Sainsbury's petrol filling station here. Again, the changes to the roof form of building D they're quite subtle, but are a visual improvement. Here it is on the previous iteration. And again, the bottom of the screen is the previous appeal scheme. And then this is a longer range view of the site. And you can obviously see it in the context. This is obviously all whited out because it hasn't been kind of built out yet or is under construction, but you can see it within the context of the city and how it kind of assimilates with the existing built form. And then I've got some CGI's kind of artistic interpretation. So this is a CGI of the view along Sydenham Park Street to the south of the scheme. So these are the commercial units. There's quite a bold use of metalwork here. I think this serves to demonstrate that actually this space has the potential to be a really vibrant and lively area for people to kind of sit, eat, walk, etc. This is a CGI of the view down Midland Terrace towards the east. And this is the entrance to the shared living element of the scheme just here, again, with kind of that striking bold metalwork to kind of reflect the industrial heritage. And then we've got CGI building D as it's been revised. So the roof has been set back and there's the articulation along it just to help it visually appear as a roof. Again, this is a flat roof element of the scheme. It does contain quite a lot of solar PV. And then this is the CGI of the internal courtyard, which sits on top of that car park. So landscaping is secured by conditions, so this is purely indicative in terms of the planting and the layout of the planters, but just to give you an idea of how this could reasonably look and the space that it would provide for people. So to give a summary of the application, 9 parties have objected to the proposals and 3 have supported. The development will provide 275 C3 build-to-rent residential units and 179 sui generis shared living units. The site is allocated for residential and commercial development, which the scheme delivers on. It's in a highly sustainable location, and the revised proposals officers consider represent a really high-quality design. The levels of heritage and visual impacts are compared to be the same level as the appeal scheme. The key transport routes are being delivered through the site, and the Section 106 contributions are agreed in principle, which I will come on to now. So these are the agreed planning obligations on the screen. So the proposed development is not viable for a policy-compliant amount of affordable housing as set out in the report. This is in the context of a viability assessment, which has been independently assessed. The applicant has considered the affordable housing in the context of their viability position and has made an offer of a £1 million commuted sum. As detailed in the committee report, discussions between the council's housing officer and the applicant have taken place around whether affordable housing provision on site or a commuted sum would be preferable, and given the rent levels or the likely rent levels of the build-to-rent units, officers considered that a commuted sum would make a better contribution to the district's affordable housing provision. This could be used on council housing schemes or to top up affordable housing levels on other sites in the district. It should be noted that the appeal scheme didn't provide any affordable housing or contribution due to the typology of the development that was being proposed, which was a C2 care home. Other contributions include a contribution towards fire hydrants, £33,275 towards targeted training and recruitment, a travel bond and monitoring fee. We've secured ongoing discussions with Crest Nicholson with regard to the cycle connections through the site, an almost £900,000 contribution towards parks and recreation, and £376,245 towards the council's carbon offsetting fund, as well as monitoring fees. So officers recommend that members delegate to permit subject to conditions and the completed Section 106 agreement. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Izzy, for a very thorough presentation there. Before we ask questions, we have Victoria Manston, who's going to address the committee.
Chair, members, officers, members of the public, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak this afternoon. My name is Victoria Manston, Head of Development at Hub, the owner of the Pines Way site, in partnership with Bridges Fund Management, the UK's largest social impact investor. Hub was set up in 2012 with a focus on providing mid-market homes in sustainable locations. We have 9,300 homes either completed or in progress across the UK, with 1,150 delivered in 2024 alone. Building on this ambition, our proposals for the Pines Way site aim to deliver 275 residential homes, 179 shared living homes, 1,100 square metres of commercial space and 6,100 square metres of high-quality public realm. Over the last 18 months, we have worked in close collaboration with Bath and North East Somerset Council, local organisations and the local community to bring forward these proposals. This has included 13 events, including public consultation exhibitions and meetings with local residents and community groups who noted their support. We've also developed the proposals to address comments from the Environment Agency and Historic England, who raised no objection. The proposals have been carefully master planned to deliver a range of homes to meet local needs, including a mix of professionally managed 1 to 3 bedroom homes for rent. The scheme will also deliver 179 shared living homes designed for young professionals seeking more affordable accommodation in the city centre, with communal spaces such as co-working, resident lounges, gyms and dining areas. Placemaking has always been at the heart of the scheme, with the proposals delivering extensive public realm areas that bring activation and interest to a vacant site. The public realm strikes a balance between attractive and functional, publicly accessible open space and enhancing the site's biodiversity by over 20%. The landscaping includes child play areas, found heritage objects and new pedestrian and cyclist connections. Delivering a scheme that is energy efficient, sustainable and fit for future generations is extremely important to us. The proposals focus on delivering active travel solutions, including 51 electric vehicle charging spaces, a car club space and over 700 cycle spaces. The scheme has been designed to achieve BREEAM Excellent using green energy solutions such as air source heat pumps, green roofs and photovoltaics. In summary, Pines Way will bring much needed housing to the city and add to the vibrancy and vitality of an area in transition. The scheme supports Bath's ambitious housing targets, bringing forward development on a vacant brownfield site, while also making a significant Section 106 contribution of over £2.3 million towards the Council's Affordable Housing Delivery Programme, the Bath Riverline Project, local employment, carbon offsetting and council tax for both the shared living and residential elements. We hope members will support our application this afternoon, and if granted, we are targeting starting works on site later this year. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bang on 3 minutes. Well done. Thank you for that. Okay, we'll have some questions. I want to ask, first of all, Izzy, regarding the planning history. How much weight should the committee be given to the fact that the committee did refuse the care home scheme but was then allowed appeal?
So, in terms of the previous scheme, it is now it's not extant, so it hasn't been implemented. Obviously, it was for a different development type. It was for C2 use. The development type is different. However, I think the appeal was really important in setting out quite a lot of the parameters, sort of the building heights, the materials, that kind of thing. And it is still a material consideration. So it would be obviously given more weight if it was still extant. But I would say that members should still definitely be considering it quite strongly in their decision.
Thank you. Councillor Hansel.
Thank you. In your report, you mention a couple of times that the council can no longer demonstrate a 5-year housing land supply. And correct me if I'm wrong, I believe that's because our current local plan would finish in 2029. 5 years from now is 2030, so the calculation for the first time is taking in the new demanding housing targets. You don't use the term tilted balance, which I think is used to describe the situation that we're in, but fairly fundamental today is this issue of tilted balance, and it says that you should refuse if harms significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits. Now, clearly there are many benefits, so would you like to just comment on that and agree that we should be today taking account of this idea of tilted balance?
Yes, committee should be taking account of that. So the principal development section and the planning balance section does set out that paragraph 11 is engaged, which is essentially the tilted balance. So yes, if members were considering refusing the development depending on the grounds, then they would have to apply that, giving significant weight to the fact that we do not have a 5-year land supply.
Thank you. Councillor Crossley.
Thank you. Thank you for an excellent presentation there, Isabel. I've got one question. You talked about the wheelchair accessible flats. Within this scheme, which is a large one, very close to the city centre, are there any other disabilities that are catered for? Because if you did mention it, I missed it, sorry.
So they are built to the building regulation standards M4 standards. So it's M43 2A, I believe, and then M42. So it's wheelchair accessible and wheelchair adaptable. That's the accessibility standards in terms of building regulations and our own standards. So that's what's being provided.
So when in your frequent conversations with the developer, you didn't talk about the need for other disabilities such as blindness?
So I actually believe the developer, during their kind of public consultation of the site, did walk around the site with a group of blind people, a charity, I believe, I can't remember the exact name, so forgive me, to help them sort of work into their design and look at that aspect of design. From a planning perspective, we wouldn't require that, but I think this is something the developer has picked up during their public consultations.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions? Councillor Jackson.
Thank you. Yes, Chair. I'm looking at page 61 and the whole question of the impact on the UNESCO World Heritage Site. Have we had a response? Well, has the application been formally submitted to them, and has there been a response that is of relevance to our debate now?
So yeah, obviously the site is within both the World Heritage Site that's doubly inscribed. So Historic England initially did tell us that they had referred the application formally to ICOMOS. It then transpired that this wasn't the case, and that they'd submitted it kind of for an informal review and advice. So we received, or Historic England received, a letter from ICOMOS which outlined some concerns with regard to the development. It wasn't a formal technical review in the same way that took place on the Bartley St William scheme at the Gasworks site, which came to committee a few months ago now, potentially last year, I can't remember. So it was slightly different. Off the back of that, we sort of negotiated some design changes, particularly around the roofing and the design of the roof. And Historic England were reconsulted. They didn't go back to ICOMOS a second time, I don't believe, and have come back and said that they consider that there is still less than substantial harm, although the revisions have assisted that in reducing that, sorry. They have also stated that if there was a kind of a sliding scale in terms of less than substantial harm, that the harm would be at the lower end of the scale. Hopefully that answers your question.
Thank you. Yeah, just following on from that, I also note from the report that Bath Preservation Trust objected. What was the main reason? Is it to do with the lack of affordable housing, even though obviously you're advising the committee that it is policy compliant because they've submitted a viability assessment?
Yeah, so they picked up on that, and also kind of the scale, massing and materials of the building. So there were a few things within their objection. Hopefully I've set it out in the report, but obviously the kind of the materials and the parameters of the scale and massing were discussed at length during the previous appeal. So this kind of 6 stories in height has been considered acceptable. The use of brick in principle is acceptable, although there will be conditions to secure samples, etc. So yes, their objections sort of had a few areas of concern.
Thank you. Councillor Gawley.
Yeah, this is something I've raised with Isabel before. I'm slightly concerned about how hot the bedrooms will get facing south, or the living rooms will get facing south on the particularly the shared living spaces, because from my reading of it, they don't open. The windows don't open, and so I've just raised this as a concern because they're going to be single aspect, unlike some of the other flats which will have dual aspect and you can have a window open both either side.
Is there a question from that?
There is a question about how hot they'll get.
Of course, yeah, I'm sorry, I did pick up your email, but I was on leave, so you may not have seen the response. But it's set out in the energy statement, but the building is including quite a lot of passive design measures. So this does that. There was a solar analysis early on from the sustainability consultants for the developer, and they did an analysis which led to the implementation of solar control glass and some external shading to help minimise the solar gains and then the energy therefore required for cooling. The building fabric, the thermal bridging and the mechanical ventilation will all help as well with keeping it cool, and there will obviously be blinds and curtains and things on the inside of the building. So our sustainability climate officer isn't concerned about those dwellings essentially being too hot because of those features.
Okay, I've got 4 questions coming up now. I've got Councillor Hodge first, then Councillor Jackson, Councillor McPhee, and then Councillor Hughes.
Okay, thank you, Zee, for a comprehensive report. My first question is about the safeguards in restrictions on student accommodation and whether, in your view, they're strong enough. I noted that the planning consultee for the Planning Policy Department and Economic Development both were not really satisfied with the final version and left it as scope for revision. And the policy for the area, SB7, says student accommodation not acceptable, and the planning policy wants to see safeguards to be put in place so that residential accommodation is not used as student accommodation, and economic development have asked for the same thing. There is ample student accommodation in Bath and it would not serve economic purpose to increase this. Is there anything else that could have been put in place? I note that the 2 initiatives are that there won't be they won't be nominated by universities, and marketing will be reviewed by the council. But is there any stronger level of provision that you could have provided so that the co-living is not for used as student accommodation? Secondly, I wouldn't mind seeing, could we have a little bit more detail on the self-contained units for the co-living? Do they have self-contained day-to-day private areas for domestic functions such as kitchens? So that's my one question on the student element of it. And the second element is on the materials, the choice of brick colour in terms of the red and the distant views. I know we've noted that the scale of the development isn't significantly different from previously in terms of the height, but the brick colour seems to be quite different. And I wondered if you could go through those views again where you showed the previously permitted, which seemed to be less impactful in the brick colour to the proposed development. I'll leave it there for now. I've got a few more, but I'll see if anyone else.
Okay, thank you. I think Izzy's got a little bit to answer there.
Thank you, Councillor Hodge. If I don't pick up on anything, just come back to me. So in terms of the student exclusion, I mean, really the only thing that we could do is have a clause which essentially says no students can live in this building. I don't think that would pass the test for obligations in the NPPF. So in the first instance, that would need to be a necessary obligation. Obviously, yes, the policy does exclude purpose-built student accommodation in this area, but this isn't an application for purpose-built student accommodation. It's for co-living or shared living, and it's for build-to-rent. So there is a difference there. There is some concern from the planning policy team and those in economic development that because of the typology of shared living, that it may be attractive to students. I mean, at the moment, students could live in any build-to-rent scheme. They don't just have to occupy HMOs. They don't just have to occupy PBSA. They can live in any of those schemes. There are some differences in terms of co-living and PBSA. There's kind of greater flexibility in tenancies for co-living. There's kind of more integration with the public. And obviously, there's no nomination agreement. I think the other thing to kind of think about as well is if the building was occupied by a high number of students, then we would consider actually this could be a change of use, but the appeal is slightly different and it is aimed at different people. So I don't feel like it would be necessary or reasonable to fully restrict the building in terms of students, and actually the controls that we put on in terms of the nomination agreement and the marketing would be sufficient. There might be situations where mature students may want to live in there, or they might be part-time students. It would be very difficult to kind of, I think, enforce that for those people, particularly who might be working full-time alongside doing a degree, for example. So that would be my view on the student element. In terms of the co-living, I will just whiz through to the floor plans. Apologies. This will take a little while.
Well, isn't the simple answer to Councillor Hodges' question that all the residents of this settlement will be paying council tax, whereas undergraduate students in an HMO or wherever don't pay council tax? But the other question other condition that could possibly be put on, I was thinking, is that occupancy. Student accommodation is generally only occupied for 30 weeks in the year. There was some way of putting a condition that more permanent, regular occupancy would be expected. I don't know. What I wanted to ask particularly was, though, I've lost the plot on the previous application. Is it the case that the previous application could be considered as a fallback solution, that if we were to refuse this one, they could go on and do what the planning inspector's verdict gave them?
Okay. Are you okay to answer that question? Then we'll go back to Councillor Hodges.
Of course, because they're kind of related. So in terms of the fallback, no, it's not extant, so it's not a fallback position. They couldn't go back and build a previous scheme because it's expired. Just going back to kind of having a control on the length of the tenancy, again, I don't think that would be reasonable, because co-living, you know, somebody might want a 30-week tenancy for co-living. They might, you know, want a 3-month tenancy. I don't think putting that restriction on would be necessary or reasonable in terms of the co-living, because it's not PBSA. It is different, and I don't think that exclusion would be necessary in this case. I have just put on the screen for Councillor Hodges' question in terms of the co-living area, or the shared living, sorry. So these are the studio areas. They will likely have a small kitchen and bathroom area, etc. There is some shared living amenity space. The amounts are all sort of set out in the report, so I won't run through them here, and then a small outdoor terrace area. So there are areas for socialisation and shared areas for those occupants. I think the next question you asked was about the brick and the visual montages. So I'll show you this one. So the previous scheme proposed, I think it was a buff brick and obviously the paler metalwork. This has taken kind of a different view on the brick, and there's been a lot of discussion with officers around brick colour, and having a darker red brick has been, or redder brick has been considered acceptable by the council's conservation officer and urban design officer. So there's been a lot of discussion around that. I think one of the key things, and the sentence is somewhere in my report in the design section. I'm actually just going to find it because I think it's really useful. So the inspector at the previous scheme said that, and this was in terms of buff brick, but he said that he accepts that this is not frequently encountered, a frequently encountered material in the locale. However, there's a tension with SB 7B, which notes that the location would benefit from a clear identity and point of differentiation, one with a strongly defined built environment. In urban design terms, it is hard to see how the use of light colour brick and pointing would fail to meet this requirement, or how the use of alternative facing materials such as bar stone would result in anything other than a bland contextualisation, lacking clear differentiation and identity. So in terms of the brick in principle, that was accepted. I think the bit about differentiation and having its own character is really key here. This site does have a strong industrial heritage. There's a lot of analysis in the submission which looks at that, and I think that's what this design is really trying to reflect, and is doing it quite boldly and giving it that character within this area of the city, which isn't, you know, it's not trying to be pastiche, it's not trying to reflect the Georgian character as such. It's working really hard to reflect that industrial character, and I think in terms of kind of being a transitional site in the city, that is appropriate in this location. In terms of the long-range view, I'll just pop this one on the screen again so you can see the existing kind of BWR here and the site here. So although that brick could be quite dark, and again, we need to kind of have discussions around the exact tone and finish, it doesn't sort of stand out within that image and within that landscape to my mind. And does really have that strong character. Obviously, design is subjective, and if the council wanted, if the committee wanted to come to an alternative view, that's their prerogative to do so.
Thank you very much. That's a very thorough response, but you can't go away yet. We've got more questions for you. So, Councillor McPhee.
about the sum of £1 million, which is the commuted sum for the affordable housing. Thinking about the sum of £1 million for the affordable, my question is there a time limit on the payment of this amount? And if so, what would it be?
So we haven't agreed the timing of the payment yet. It may be that this is kind of a phased payment, depending on the phase of the phases that development comes forward in. It would certainly be, or most likely be, preoccupation, although again that would need to be agreed with the developer. So that will all come in as part of the Section 106 discussions and negotiations should the committee recommend permission. It wouldn't come forward kind of now, and then the development might not come forward for a few years. It has 3 years to be implemented, so it's not the council wouldn't necessarily get the money sort of as soon as the Section 106 was signed, if that makes sense.
I've got Councillor Hughes next on my list.
Thank you. So I've got a couple of questions. The first one is going back to the issue of Heritage England's recommendations. And apologies if it's in the document somewhere, but I've been through the 200 pages and it's difficult to navigate, as you obviously would be aware. So my understanding is Heritage England's suggested that it should be deferred until the World Heritage Centre had a chance to assess and come back with some comments. And of course, I don't think this was assessed by UNESCO or anyone in the previous reiteration that was approved under appeal. So do we actually know where we are with UNESCO?
Yes, so that was in Historic England's initial set of comments. They then sent it to UNESCO for an informal review, so it was not a full technical review. So the council didn't technically need to wait for a response from UNESCO, but we did. We had that response back, which essentially said, yes, we think there'll be some harm to the World Heritage Site, had some concerns with kind of the massing and the scale, etc. We then sought revisions in terms of the roofscape to try and overcome some of that, reconsulted Historic England, who still came back saying there was less of substantial harm, which was also identified in the previous scheme, and the developer identifies himself in the submission, but they didn't refer it back to UNESCO for any informal review. So we don't need to wait to make a decision.
Okay, thank you. If I may, and I just wanted to understand, because I couldn't find within the documents any sizes for the actual rooms. So where are we, particularly on the co-living? Are we just meeting minimum standards on sizes, as we do with HMOs, or are we actually going to give people some livable space?
So the accommodation schedule, there we go, that I put up, sets out all the room sizes in terms of bedrooms for the build-to-rent and the number of people that could live in them. They all comply with nationally described space standards. There's some variation across those, so some are a little bit more, but hopefully that helps on that question. I don't have kind of the individual room sizes across the board. In terms of the co-living, that's set out in the residential amenity section. The range in sizes of the co-living units are 22 square metres to 27 square metres, I believe, or 37, I can't remember off the top of my head, to have to check the report. There is some allowance for outdoor space as well. We don't have, at the moment, adopted space standards for shared living and co-living. So the report looks at the London plan, which does set some parameters, and the Birmingham, I've looked at Birmingham as well. And this scheme sits kind of somewhere in the middle, although there is obviously a range. I think it would be difficult to refuse the scheme on the basis of the size of the shared living, because we don't have an adopted policy at this time. Given kind of how shared living works, I know you've all looked at kind of the cosy living scheme. There are amenity spaces, there are outdoor spaces, so that's set out in the residential amenity section.
Thank you. May I ask just one? Thank you. So finally, I'm just following on from the comments from Councillor McPhee about the £1 million towards affordable. I'm just wondering how that number was arrived at. I mean, £1 million sounds a lot, but in Bath, I don't think £1 million is going to buy you a lot in terms of social housing or affordable housing. considering we're looking at a scheme here which they're going to house between 800 and 900 people?
Yeah, so the viability assessment that was submitted with the application, basically the applicant said the scheme would produce a residual land value of minus around 36 million. This was then tested by Dixon Sill, so that's our independent viability assessors. They had a difference in opinion on some of the assumptions, so things like the benchmark land value, the gross development value, construction cost, developer profit. So they retested with what they considered to be a more realistic set of assumptions. And they believe that the site will produce a residual land value of minus around 29 million. They then basically said that even with kind of the most bullish of yields that you would expect kind of in prime London, that still wouldn't get to a point where this scheme would be viable for affordable housing. So the developer considered their viability position in the context of the scheme and what they could offer, and have offered £1 million contribution, which was discussed at length with us and the housing team in terms of, you know, would that be better used for units to be provided on site, or would the cash essentially be more useful? And I think because of the rental costs, particularly in Bath, the housing team felt that the contribution would be more useful and could be used towards council housing or to top up affordable contribution on other sites, you know, either in Bath or within the district as a whole. So that £1 million has been offered by the developer in the context of their viability. We haven't pushed them for more money because of the viability position, which has been tested. We don't have, you know, any other figures that we could challenge the viability given the position.
Okay, thank you. Just before Councillor Crossley asks his question, I just want to go back to the comments that we had from Historic England and to an extent Bath Preservation Trust. It follows on from Councillor Hounsell's question relating to the tilted balance. Just want to focus on how much weight we need to put on the fact that whilst the development is deemed to be going to have caused less than substantial harm to the World Heritage Site, how much weight we need to put onto the fact that we have a deficient 5-year housing land supply and it is a sustainable location. How much weight really will be needing to put onto that?
So the first thing that the committee would need to do is look at the level of heritage harm excuse me, that they consider the development has. So we as officers have concluded it's less than substantial, kind of towards the lower end of the scale, given the comments of Historic England. And then engage, I think it's paragraph 212 or 215 of the MPPF, I'd have to check, but essentially you then weigh that less of substantial harm against the public benefits of the scheme. So you've listed a number of them there. Obviously the weight that you give to those benefits is up to the planning committee, but I in the planning balance have given a lot of them quite significant weight, particularly the reuse of a brownfield site, and the fact it's allocated for housing is really strongly in favour of the application. I've then concluded that there would be enough benefit to outweigh that level of heritage harm. If committee were going to come to an alternative conclusion, you would then, paragraph 11, and the tilted balance does apply, but when there is heritage harm identified, it essentially sets out that there must be a strong reason to refuse the development on that basis. So that heritage harm, the committee would have to be satisfied that that was a strong reason for refusal. My professional view is that given the comments of Historic England, that wouldn't be a strong enough reason, but again, the committee, you know, can make their own decision on that.
Excellent, thank you. Councillor Crossley, can you remember your question?
Yeah, thank you very much. I had several on the 1 million, but I think they've been answered by other questions that have gone before me. So my other questions are, there's 51 car parking spaces and 1 car club space. If we're looking to, and by the way, I'm delighted about the cycle parking. If we're looking to encourage more people to car share, why did you come to that arrangement of 51 to 1? Why not more car club spaces?
Yeah, just from a Highway Authority perspective, I think there's potential for more car club spaces at this location, and you're right, we should be encouraging that. But they have to be commercially viable. So in terms of, it's a starting point, so we can guarantee that 1 will be provided, and then there may be a commercial possibility in the future for more, but that would be between the developer and that car club provider themselves.
So second question then is, will all the residents of this new block be able to apply for residence parking zones in neighbouring streets and areas, or are they excluded from that by down to their location?
That will have to be assessed separately under different legislation, but my understanding is that they wouldn't be automatically eligible for parking permits and very unlikely to secure them.
Right. And I had one other question. Hang on a second. Yes. What about are these 50, sorry, what was the question I just asked you?
You asked about residence parking scheme permits.
Right. What about the office users? That's one question. Where do they park?
Hopefully they use sustainable transport measures and park and ride and come into the city that form.
Right. Thank you. That was the final question.
If you turn your microphone off, thank you. Councillor Blackburn.
Thanks, Chair. I just wanted to touch on the shared living and the council tax element. I think, I mean, this is a class that I'm hugely in favour of. I think education into employability is a big problem we've got in the city, but trying to understand the figure that you've come up with, 250,000 of council tax payment, how is that being calculated across the 179 units? I understand that the developer will be paying that amount on an annual basis, and that in a lot of respects will exclude anybody outside of the professional field, because it's going to add £140 a month to the actual cost of renting one of these units, so compared to a student place.
I don't think I have put a figure on the council tax in my report. I don't know if that's something the developer has done. I don't know, is it? But I'm not sure in terms of council tax payments, I'm afraid.
Okay, that was a figure I came across as I
It's
went through all the papers.
To the planning application, is it? It's not a planning consideration, and it's not in the report. Okay, Councillor Gawley.
Yeah, again, it's a question about the cycle spaces and the routes through. And I'm just wondering whether, and I know the bridge to Sainsbury's isn't within this application, but I'm wondering what the possibilities are in the future of looking at that bridge, because you've got 700 cyclists zooming across there every day, then there may be a potential for conflict with pedestrians and motorists using their access to Sainsbury's, and I'm wondering what consideration has been done to improve that bridge.
Izzy, there's a plan that shows land ownership. It's worth right at the beginning. I mean, it will show on the screen at the moment, but the allocated site as a whole is a bit of a jigsaw, and this is slightly the first phase of the completed picture, really, in terms of getting the route through the site. So you're correct that there's a constraint at the existing bridge, which is not Highway Bridge. It's in private ownership at the moment. So again, we're completely constrained at the moment from doing anything. But what this scheme does provide is a decent route, that two options actually to connect through to that bridge. So it doesn't preclude something coming forward in the future, but it really does support that. This strengthens the possibility of a really good provision in the future to be provided through the entire site.
Thank you. Have we got any more questions from anybody in the committee before we move on to the debate? Okay. No, in that case, we'll move on. Thank you, Izzy, for your stamina there in answering all those questions. Now, this site is entirely within my ward, and I never received any representations from any of my residents to warrant calling it into committee. The only reason it's been called to committee is because of the viability assessment. If I can speak as the ward member, I am aware that this application was subject to a lot of consultation before the application was submitted. There's a lot of public engagement, and in my view, as a local ward councillor, you know, it is an excellent location, sustainability-wise. It's obviously a regeneration site, so it'd be good to get rid of the seagulls finally off that site. It's providing accommodation for a more diverse population. Hopefully, you know, as Councillor Blackburn said, you know, we will see more of our graduates staying in the city and not just moving away because they can't afford to. It is important to consider the previous permission for the care home, not in terms of use, but in terms of the scale that the inspector approved. And certainly, I know there's been quite extensive discussion and negotiation in trying to refine the design of the building, particularly the roofscape. In terms of scale, it is in harmony with surrounding buildings. So I'm largely in favour of this scheme, but obviously I'll reverse judgment until we've had the debate. Councillor Blackburn, it's adjacent to your ward. Your residents are the ones who are likely to be affected.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I thought I'd have a two pennies worth based on your comments, really. You know, I saw the previous proposal come through, lose and come back on appeal. That was a particular style or need of accommodation that personally I didn't have a problem with. But actually this developer and their engagement, certainly with my residents, where you've got Albert Terrace, the Mews that affect that site, that they've taken so much on board. And I think that's been shown through the iterations that have come through and the consultations that they've done. Part of this in that shared living is a really important part of our sustainable employment, and we as a city have a problem with employment and creating employment, and if we can start to crack that problem of retaining talent and giving them somewhere to live, then that's going to be a good start for solving a few of our other problems.
Anybody else want to say anything as we go on? Yeah, Councillor Gully.
Okay. I'd like to note the presence of my esteemed predecessor, Honourable Alderman Neil Butters, former Chair of Planning Committee and a well-known railway history expert. He has told me that he is very keen to acknowledge the railway heritage of this area. The archaeology beneath the site shows evidence of a Roman road and its Victorian equivalent, the railway sidings for the Somerset and Dorset Railway. So I understand he's already been in discussions with the developers and Baines about creating a memorial to the railway workers who worked here until the 1970s. Indeed, some of the firemen are still alive today, and I met them recently. It's important that we acknowledge the history of our industrial heritage. So, like the minor sculptures that have been popping up around it's been erected to acknowledge those who worked in the Somerset coalfield, I'd like to encourage the officer and the developers to engage with Neil and to progress the sculpture proposals he's put forward to mark the heritage and to commemorate the railway workers as a condition to permit. And I'm very pleased to see how much of the industrial heritage and railway heritage is included in this proposal.
Thank you. Councillor Crossley.
Well, nothing's been moved yet, so I will move the officer recommendation. I think Isabel and the team are to be commended on the amount of work they've done in developing this scheme with the developers and with other consultants, including ward councillors, both wards affected by it. This, I mean, we talk about, is this appropriate development? Well, quite frankly, what we've got there at the moment is inappropriate. So the question is what we're getting better than what we've got? And the answer to that is a resounding yes. In this world, nothing is ever perfect. We'd always like a bit more of this, a bit more of that, a bit of change there. We're all better architects than the paid architects. We're all better designers than the paid designers. But the truth is that what we've got here is a scheme that has been well thought through, adapted and modified over change, with some really good interaction between officers and developers and ward councillors. And I think this is a model for going forward. And would we like more? Yes, we would always like more from any scheme, but we are constrained with the fact that in a system where the initial problem is that people overpay for the price of land, and that is then allowed to be up to the council that has to ameliorate that, and until that condition is changed, we're always going to be stuck with this problem. So I'm content, I think is the word to use, to move the officer recommendation.
Thank you very much for that. Councillor Hansel.
Right, that's very timely because Councillor Cross is content. I'm very happy to second it.
Councillor Hodge.
I just wanted to make a minor point that I missed in the questions, and just to say that with the looking at the urban design issue, I think there is a condition on the soft landscaping, and I'd just like to pick up on their point that when the proposal come forward, that the priority for people over vehicles in terms of what comes forward in terms of the landscaping is looked at. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Just going back to Councillor Gawley's statement regarding the railway heritage, is there anything within the plans, is he, that sort of allocates space for this? Or is there any, have we got it in our gift as the local authority to impose a condition requesting this as art?
So there's not anything in the plans at the moment. That would all be picked up in the kind of detailed landscaping that would come forward as part of the discharge of that condition. I think because there's not a planning requirement for such a matter, we wouldn't be able to insist on it as part of the condition, but it is something I know the developer's been in conversations with Neil Butters, and I've had some conversations with him as well, so it's something that we'll try and carry forward.
I know that Alderman Butters won't take no for an answer. Councillor Crossley.
I think remembering where we come from is always an important part of any development of any community. So I would urge the officers to take real note of what people have said around there, and the remembering and recognising the heritage of the site is an important part of what they agree with the developers and the builders.
Councillor Jackson.
I have to say, Chair, that I don't think that the children and grandchildren of the workers in Stoddart and Pitt and the other big units along this side of the river will be able to afford these properties. They are going to be singularly expensive. That's the way it is in Bath. I'm on record as having said of Bath West and Riverside in the various applications that came in that it looked like Stalingrad. This is something of an improvement on Bath West and Riverside, I think, and makes it a bit more interesting. It does remind me of the Lucas factory that was on the way into Birmingham on the Euston Line. And I think it does have a feel, actually, of what was there in terms of industry. So if you stand with your back to Bath and look towards the Western Riverside, I don't have a problem. And I don't think we've got policy justification to stand the other side and look towards the World Heritage Site. But I do think it is a pity it couldn't also reference that a bit, perhaps by using Janine Bonnet's principle of biomimicry and making it more sympathetic to the curves of the river and the crescent above. But there you are. We've got what we've got. We've got the policies, what we got. And I'll reluctantly have to support this application because I don't think there are any grounds for refusing it.
Okay, thank you. We did see from the visuals the impact the development would have on the setting of Norfolk Crescent, for example, and obviously we could see that it was, you know, the worst case scenario wasn't actually that terrible. I actually think part of the scheme has a bit of a Parisian feel about it, but are we ready to take a vote on this? Yeah. Okay, so the motion has been put forward by Councillor Crossley to support the recommendation, and that's been seconded by Councillor Hansel. So all those in favour, please. That's unanimous approval. Congratulations. Right, okay, it's 12:45. We've got another couple of items to discuss in the second part of this session, so we'll see you all back here at 2 o'clock. Or we can do the other bits if you want to. Appeals. Yeah, if members take note of the appeals, have we got any questions or any comments to make on that? Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the afternoon session of this May Planning Committee. Excuse me. For the benefit of members of the public who have joined us this afternoon, my name is Councillor Ian Halsall. I'm the chair of the Planning Committee, and here on the top table are my colleagues here to assist us during the afternoon.
I'm Karina Haskins from Democratic Services.
I'm Christopher Griggs-Trevarvan, Development Management Team Manager.
Hello, my name's Simon Elias in the Council's legal team.
Thank you. We also have our planning case officers and highway officer in the corner. I am switched on. I will just say, because we have got people watching online, it is important that we all speak directly, and obviously we do have people with hearing impairments in the room. It's not wonderful for acoustics, so if we could all make sure we speak directly into our microphones, that will be excellent. Can I also ask people to make sure that all their electronic devices are switched off so we don't get disturbed. I'll ask Karina, for the purposes of people in the room, to read out the emergency evacuation procedure.
Thank you, Chair. If the continuous alarm sounds, you must evacuate the building by one of the designated exits and proceed to the named assembly point. The designated exits are signposted. So from this room, you use the main door and then the main exit to the building, and the assembly point is in the orange grove on the green outside Browns. Thank you.
Thank you. As I said, the meeting is being filmed. If anybody who's speaking doesn't want to be seen on camera, if you could please let the operatives know in the corner, and they'll make sure you're not shown. Okay, we'll be moving on to our remaining 3 applications. As chair, I'm using my discretion on item 2. I will, because of the public interest, I will extend the speaking time to 5 minutes for and against. And obviously, Councillor Hughes, you'll be speaking as well as ward member, and also Councillor Harman, you're speaking as ward member and parish councillor. Yeah, thank you. Right. So I'll invite Izzy to present the case for the next application, please.
Thank you, Chair. So this application is at parcel 2882 in Poulton for the temporary installation of ground-mounted solar with battery storage and associated infrastructure. So the application site is located to the east of Poulton and occupies just over 15 hectares of existing agricultural land. It's outlined in red on the screen. Most of the site is located to the south of Water Lane, but there is a small area to the north which will host the point of connection mast to the grid to allow for the exportation of electricity, and that bit is just here. So this is a more zoomed out map so that committee can get their bearings a little bit. So this is Poulton here, and then this is the northern part of Midsummer Norton, and the site is in this area here. And then an aerial image of the site. So as you can see, the site is currently agricultural fields. It's not in the green belt. And then this is a map of the public rights of way, which are referred to within the committee report. Some of the viewpoints are taken for the LVA from these views. So if you need me to refer back at any point to this, please let me know. So I'll move on to some site photographs, which hopefully in a minute when I get to the viewpoints will be a bit easier to get your bearings. But this image is taken at the junction of Water Lane and Lovers Lane, looking towards the pylon where the point of connection mast will connect to the grid. This is taken from the public right-of-way, which runs to the east of the site, looking northwest, so the panels will be here and in the further fields. This is taken to the south of the site, looking north, so this just here is where the point of connection mast will connect to the existing pylon to the grid. This is looking into the site from Munger Lane, so this field will have solar panels within it. And this is taken from Clandown Road, looking into the westernmost field of the development. And this is the edge of Poulton just here, the built form of Poulton. And then I've taken some of the views from the LVA, which I think are the most helpful. So this is the view from the junction of Lovers Lane and Water Lane. And this is looking in a southerly direction across the site. And the extent of the site is marked by the red line just across the top here. You've got Field B and Field N here. This is the view from Broadway Lane looking west. So Water Lane is indicated just here. And again, you can see the site indicated by the red line at the top. This is a view taken from further away, so this is from Clandown looking west, so the extent of the site is marked in red. You've got Poulton, you can just about make out in the distance, and then the Batch just here. This is the view looking east across the site, so it's the view, looking northeast. It's the view from public right-of-way CL 1654. This is Munger Lane just here, and then you've got Springfield Farm here, and then Field D, which is this field just here. And then viewpoint 9, which is the view from the public right-of-way CL 1621 looking south. So this is the view referred to in the report which will experience major adverse effects as a result of the development, but this will be reduced to moderate adverse effects after year 10 following the proposed landscaping and mitigation as set out in the landscape section of the report. So the proposed site layout plan, the solar arrays are shown in blue, kind of the blue lines going across the screen. And then we've got the battery energy storage system known as the BESS, located in the middle of the site here. The point of connection mast is up here to the north of Water Lane. There are a number of new access roads through the development for maintenance, and they're indicated by the orange tracks. And then new tree planting is located with these little green dots across the site that you can see. The majority of the existing hedgerows will be retained, though there's some translocation proposed to allow for visibility splays to be maintained, and I'll get to that a little bit later in the presentation. So these are the elevation and floor plans for the BESS. I'll show you an image in a moment, but there will be 36 of these steel structures, which essentially look like shipping containers, or are shipping containers. They'll be surrounded by a 4-metre high acoustic fence, as detailed in the report. The solar inverter and battery inverter cabins also look like this. So these are typical examples of the storage container for the batteries and a typical inverter cabin. And then some elevations of the PV panels themselves, which are fairly typical in appearance. The angle that they are sited at means that they will sit at the highest point, 3.5 metres above the ground. And this is a drawing of the point of connection mast, which will be located in that field to the north of Water Lane. So this mast will connect the existing pylon and export the electricity produced to the grid. Then this is the typical arrangement of some of the proposed fencing around the perimeter of the site, which will take the form of deer fencing. And this is 2 metres in height. And then an elevation of one of the double access gates. And then an elevation of the proposed acoustic fence. So full details of the specification, finish and materials have been secured by way of condition. But this is the fence which will surround the battery storage. And then I've included the ecological parameters plan, which shows a 5-metre buffer, this green buffer you can see here in the yellow buffer, to be retained around all hedgerows at the site to ensure that they're sufficiently protected and can continue to be used as commuting and foraging corridors for bats. And then this is an example of a translocated hedgerow at the Water Lane access. So there's also translocation at the Munger Lane access. These were provided, and there's been a little bit of revision during the scheme to make sure that there's enough space for the translocated hedgerow to be able to grow, but also to maintain the visibility. So it's essentially pushing that hedgerow slightly back so that visibility onto the road for vehicles can be provided. To provide an application summary, so there are 10 objection comments and 2 support, including Transition Bath. There's no objection from internal consultees, nor the EA or Natural England. That's following revisions to the scheme. There is an objection from Midsummer Norton Town Council. Poulton is supportive in principle with a number of comments which are on the website. The scheme will produce a significant contribution to the Council's energy targets, and the battery storage will allow energy exploitation to be more consistent to the grid. So when there are times when there's less solar gain, particularly during the winter and at night, for example, this will allow exploitation to continue to the grid. There are significant biodiversity net gains, so a 63% net gain in habitat units and 33% in hedgerow units. There is new tree planting, and the scheme will create a number of jobs during construction and within the energy sector and through ongoing maintenance. So the officer recommendation is to permit, subject to the conditions listed in the committee report.
Thank you very much, Izzy. Could I ask Jane Lewis and Richard Slater to come forward, please? So I'll allow you to share the 5 minutes. So hopefully you've discussed between you who's speaking first and second.
Thank you.
Okay.
Is this on? Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
I've had the training, Jane.
I should know. Okay, people who don't know me, I'm an ex-councillor from some years and defend Midsummer Norton to the hilt. So, councillors, Mr Chair, sorry, councillors, etc. Better? I shall speak up. I hate doing this, by the way. I just want to do some bullet points, please. I hope that you've looked at the policy issues that I've mentioned in updated notes sent round to all the councillors. I'd like to talk briefly about livable neighbourhoods. The benefits of having these fields within a quarter of a mile of the housing boundary of Midsummer Norton is that it allows us to reap our own benefits from well-being, exercise, fresh air, etc. That is part of this council's policy to encourage no-car use and to let people use the facilities that they've got locally. The bollards in Bath shut off roads to create livable neighbourhoods and displace traffic elsewhere. I have no particular opinion on that, but we have our own livable neighbourhood, which is natural environment, and you're wanting to put in, or the applicant, I apologise, is wanting to put in industrial clutter and urbanisation outlooks, and it won't stop there probably. I want to go on to the benefits because of the officer has put in her report. I don't understand how the application can be its own benefit. By definition, that means that any application for solar panels will go through and will always outweigh landscape, ecological, neighbourhood amenities. So you've got to take that out of the equation. And there isn't a solar panel policy, nor, I understand, is there any strategy being prepared at the moment to stop this sort of random allocation happening. So if CPC will always be overridden, and I wonder why we're all here today. I don't see any objective or additive measure of harm. It's all supposition as no harm, minimal impact, severe impact, but we can mitigate. But you will note that there are a lot of conditions and a lot of context within those conditions. I strongly believe that the mitigation should have been prepared in advance of making a decision, and it has not. In fact, getting information from the applicant seems to have been like drawing teeth when so much was missing at the beginning when it was submitted. The other comment was about benefit was jobs. The same argument applies. Construction may do jobs, but you can say that about any application for buildings, etc. The last one on the benefits was BNG. Biodiversity net gain is a number. It counts the number of hedgerows and then decides that the mature ones can be ripped out and replaced plus an extra 10%. But biodiversity, and that might be a government rule, but it does not reflect any net gain in this area. Holes in a hedgerow don't matter. Okay, a hedgerow properly managed will grow back. It provides holes for badgers and all the other things. I'm not going to go into wildlife issues. Okay, Midsummer Norton. Is this a case that Midsummer doesn't matter again? This will be landscape intrusion, but we can tot up the wattage numbers. But I haven't actually seen the net zero numbers that are required. You can't constantly make subjective, I'm sorry, I'm very nervous, subjective comments. I feel that the report reads backwards, all right, that permit at any cost. Its weak benefits do not outweigh policy, community safety and road access are not addressed. Can you say that all the harm is outweighed? Thank you.
Hi, thanks for giving me a few minutes. the solar farm doesn't conform to any others in the locality around here. It requires battery storage. It also requires the point of connection, which we've already seen, the compound and the substation. These are all huge, and they require a huge amount of concrete being poured into green fields, as well as the steel that we saw on the pictures a little bit earlier. The substation is 2,200 square metres. The battery energy storage system is again over 2,000 square metres. But the main point of my talk would be that the POC is on the top of a hill, very prominent for many miles around, and will require a flat area which wasn't shown on the picture there, and that is approximately 400 square metres, which will mean substantial landscaping of the area right next to the pylon that's proposed. A couple of other points, because I don't want to take too much of your valuable time. The development can't really be described as temporary. It's 45 years. There probably aren't too many of us here that will be here in 45 years, so I don't think it's that temporary, as the amount of concrete that goes into the ground is also there. There was no, or there was some talk of when it's all removed at a later date. The viewpoints which the lady pointed out showed some of the pictures. I brought some more with me, but I understand I can't hand them out. I would wholly support anybody coming out and taking a look at this site, because from that point you can then see the impact that it's likely to have on both the environment and the viewpoints. So to draw it to a rather quick ending, the continued agricultural use, the land is considered 3A, which is a variety of agricultural uses. There's winter wheat and broad beans there at the moment, but the whole of this area will be back just to sheep when it is finished.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to have to ask you to come to an end now. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, thanks very much. Could I ask, we've got Chloe Brown and Callum White. You're going to be speaking. If you'd like to come to the table. We have gone over to 6 minutes, so I'll let you have that time to be fair.
Good afternoon, Chair and members. My name is Callum Wright. I'm the planning manager at PACE, who is the developer bringing forward this proposal. If consented this afternoon, myself and the PACE team will be developing, building and operating the site, so it's cradle to grave. This solar proposal would generate enough renewable energy to power 3,210 homes per year and to offset over 2,320 tonnes of carbon dioxide per year. In addition, alongside the solar panels, the battery energy storage system component will provide a means of storing energy, allowing renewable power to be utilised when it would otherwise be wasted, i.e. when generation exceeds demand. Therefore, it provides a vital element of infrastructure which supports the use of intermittent renewable energy, increasing reliability and stability of the electricity grid, improving energy security. This is directly supported by national and local policy, which both are clear that significant weight must be given to renewable energy projects. This proposal will directly contribute towards achieving international, national and local climate targets in support of accelerating efforts towards achieving net zero. We have worked hard to ensure that the scheme benefits the locality, such as bringing forward considerable benefits relating to climate change, renewable energy, helping to reduce the costs of energy for consumers, and implementing significant biodiversity net gain and landscaping. We've also engaged with community benefit fund options, which I'm aware aren't quite a planning matter, but is also something I'm quite passionate about, these sort of altruistic things on a personal note. So we're more than happy to continue that engagement with councillors and the public alike. I'm now going to pass you over to Chloe.
Thank you, Callum. Good afternoon, members. My name is Chloe Brown. I'm an associate planning consultant, and I've been working on this proposal since its inception. The proposal today is a culmination of work incorporating advice from the community, specialists and the local planning authority to refine the scheme to where it is today. We've worked hard to bring forward a proposal adhering to planning policy whilst minimising local impact and bringing forward significant benefits. Some of the design changes we've incorporated during the pre-application application process include reducing the site area from over 45 hectares to 15.64 hectares, reducing the number of battery containers from 60 to 36, and moving the battery storage containers to a more central location within the site. We added an acoustic wall around the battery containers to mitigate noise concerns, and we've included thorough hedgerow and woodland planting into the scheme for biodiversity and visual screening purposes. With these design changes, which have been informed by specialist assessments, we have minimised local impacts on noise, visual amenity, landscape and flooding. To summarise, the impacts of the scheme have been fully considered, as demonstrated through the design changes that the scheme has gone through to get it to refine to where it is today. This is an application we are proud to be able to bring forward to committee, and we encourage councillors to support our application. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. Got Councillor Hardman. Thank you. So you're going to be speaking as a parish councillor for Poulton, and also you represent the Poulton ward on Baines Council.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. I'm making the statement, as has been said, for myself, but also on behalf of my fellow ward councillor, Grant Johnson, and I'm speaking on behalf of Poulton Parish Council, where... Oh, sorry. The important bit that I need to say is that I chair the Planning and Highways Committee in Poulton, as well as being a ward councillor and representing Councillor Grant Johnson. In principle, we have all been supported of the location of the solar farm. The location is extremely suitable because of its placement in a dip between two high points at the top of a valley, helping to lessen the impact of being visually intrusive in our local area. We also understand the urgent need for renewable energy schemes. Whilst accepting in principle the location of this solar farm, we do have concerns, and we did have concerns mainly about noise from the battery storage unit, the visual impact on the local environment, loss of agricultural land, the impact on local residents living nearby, and transport concerns during construction of the site. We think most of these concerns have been addressed by the solar farm company. In addressing our concerns about the impact of noise, this is mainly associated with noise from the battery storage. These battery energy storage units, called BESS, have now been consolidated into a smaller area and reduced in size from 63 to 36 units. They've been moved from Field N to Field C. The repositioning of inverters is to ensure that the noise emitted is below acceptable levels, according to the information we have been given. To prevent sleep disturbance, a limit of 42 decibels is advised. We have been advised that plant noise levels would need to be 10 decibels below this at 32. We believe that noise levels will be monitored by Baines, who have the authority to close the development if the noise exceeds what has been agreed. A 4-metre acoustic barrier has been proposed to surround the BESS area and also to mitigate the impact of noise from these battery storage units. I'm pleased to note that as a condition from Baines, the acoustic fencing must be in place prior to the first use of BESS units. When I visited the site some months ago, I noticed there were hedgerows surrounding most of the area. These current hedgerows have been further enhanced by the plans to introduce new screening, especially to the western boundary of the site, and also to include planting of 454 metres of new hedgerows. You saw that on the plan before you. I believe all of this would screen many of the solar panels from being visible from nearby lanes. A visual and landscape assessment has also been carried out looking at representative landscape sites, in particular to assess the visual impact of this development. Its assessment is that the solar farm would not be duly prominent or dominant in the local landscape, and concludes, as you have seen, that just one viewpoint, viewpoint 9, would be situated on rising ground and in close proximity to the site boundary, and it would have a higher visual impact than the other sites. However, as you have seen, there are mitigation proposals. However, these are going to take 10 years, which seems a long time, but they are in place. This viewpoint is along one of the public footpaths in the area. We've also raised concerns, as has been raised previously, about this POC mast, where it is located. It is in between two pylons and sticks out like a sore thumb. Unfortunately, this mast has specific technical requirements as required by the National Grid. There's no scope to change its location. But because it will be located next to one of the pylons, it will make it appear visually as part of the pylon infrastructure, thus mitigating it a little. If you've been to the area, you see that about 5 or 6 pylons stretch across the landscape, so there is a visual impact from these already. One of the disadvantages of the development is that there will be a loss of agricultural land. We've been assured that some of this land is mainly of moderate quality, but it is unfortunate that in this case, agricultural land has been lost. However, we do think the benefits of clean, renewable energy outweigh the disadvantages of the loss of some agricultural land, and it would be restored after 45 years. Both Grant and I visited some of the residents living close to the proposed site. They were very concerned about the impact on their residential amenity by the effect of the potential noise, visual impact and disturbance. All in all, there are about 6 properties in the vicinity of the solar farm, and I do believe some of the mitigation work proposed by the solar farm company should alleviate some of their concerns. We still have concerns about access to the site, particularly during the construction time. Highways have delivered a transport and access statement, a TAS, which states that the development can be constructed without significant impact to the local highway network. A construction management plan has been secured by condition for this, and there will be a 30-week construction period with 876 vehicle movements, about 27 to 28 per week, which sounds a lot, 4 to 5 trips a day. However, we do believe the access still needs to be improved from Munger Lane and Water Lane to facilitate the proposal. As well as this, 30 staff will also require access to the site per day during peak construction. We would like to be assured that this extra parking can be accommodated. Once the solar farm has been constructed, we believe traffic and pedestrian movement in the area will be low. We've heard that a biodiversity net gain assessment has been made, a BNG, and it shows that there is no significant impact on any protected species. In fact, there is a biodiversity net gain in habitat units of 73.86% and a net gain in hedgerow units of 33.51%. We've heard information about this to say, don't always take this for granted, but it is something that is there. Finally, a question of community support. We believe that £62,000 will be provided by the solar farm company over 45 years. That's just £1,300 per annum. We don't think this is enough money to support community projects. Also, we believe the money will be split between 2 councils, Midsomer Norton and us in Poulton. We also understand that educational support is being offered by the solar farm company, and it would include school and college talks and site tours and an educational offer with Bath College. This is a bit vague, and we would like more firm offers of community support as a condition, if that's possible. To conclude, we think the advantages of having a renewable energy scheme on balance outweighs the disadvantages. We believe that energy national policy statements are a material consideration for these planning applications. I have a list of them, but I'm not going to go through them just to speed myself up. The solar farm company has consulted widely regarding the layout and design of the solar farm. There was widespread coverage in the local media. Over 3,000 leaflets were delivered to local properties, and a public exhibition was set up in Poulton Village Hall, which actually was quite well attended. There have been there have been 10 objections on the planning portal, which, in my experience, is quite a small amount. I have been contacted by fewer than 5 residents, mainly those affected who live in the area, in the vicinity, about this planning application. It would appear there are few objections by local Poulton residents to this application. The benefits of the scheme would mean the production of new renewable energy, enough to power approximately 3,000...
Councillor Harlan, are you able to wind up now? You've had 8 minutes to speak.
All right, okay. So, just about one long sentence. So, we believe mitigation is in place to limit the effect of this solar farm. The solar farm actual size has been reduced. The size of battery storage has been reduced. Extra measures have been put in place to reduce noise disturbance. Extra hedgerows are planned. So with all of these considerations, we believe this application should be approved. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Right, we shall move on to ask questions of the officer. or the officers. Sean, Councillor Hughes, sorry.
Thank you. I've got quite a few questions, but perhaps if I just ask a couple now and then come back to me later. Okay. Hi, Izzy. First question then is to do with the lands. So my understanding is that the MPPF and CP3 really encourages previously developed and non-agricultural lands to be used as a priority, and they should demonstrate that lower grade land has been considered. This is, I think 66% of this is grade 3A. Now, if I understand correctly, we're not allowed to put solar farms on 1 and 2, and 3A should be discouraged. So I'm wondering, what other sites, what other evidence have we got that other sites of lower grade lands have been considered in this application?
So our policy RE5 does protect against the loss of agricultural land. That actually only protects against grades 1 and 2, and it does actually say that the loss of those could be permitted if there were significant sustainability benefits to outweigh the loss. This is obviously grade 3A, so it isn't protected by our policy RE5. You are correct, the MPPF does encourage development on previously developed land. That's something it's very strong on. However, the availability of previously developed land in terms of the amount of land that you need to provide the energy generation that are our targets. Baines is an overwhelmingly rural district, and so there is some acceptance that rural land will be required for this type of development. So there's nothing in the proposal which sets out alternative sites. We wouldn't expect the developer to do that in this case because it's grade 3A or less. So in terms of BAME's policy, I think it would be difficult to refuse the development on that basis.
Sorry, but the policy of the MPPF says that we should be looking at 3B, 4 and 5 grades before we should start looking at 3A, which is classed as, I believe, best and most versatile agricultural land. We had various sites in the recent local plan proposal within a stone's throw of this site that were of lower grade land and more suitable and would qualify. So I'm trying to understand why we're using 3A, top quality 3A land for this development.
So I'm simply repeating what our adopted policy is, RE5. I don't have the MPPF in front of me. What I will say is there may be other areas, there may be other sites in the area which have a lesser grading, but they may have their own issues in terms of ecology. There might be more significant landscape concerns. So we have to apply our adopted policy, which has been through the examination. And I would say there isn't a reason why grade 3A can't be used in terms of policy RE5.
Thank you. Just one more question.
Yeah, one more question. That's fine.
Okay. So in terms of the roads and the access, I mean, I regularly run around these lanes, so I know them quite well. Lovers Lane, Water Lane. These are very narrow single-track lanes with a lot of problems with very few passing points. Certainly, I wouldn't consider them suitable for construction vehicles or emergency vehicles. So I'm intrigued to understand how we've come to the conclusion that these roads are suitable for both the construction stage and access of emergency vehicles.
So in terms of the transport work that was done, colleagues looked at this in quite a lot of detail, and the applicant has also submitted quite a lot of detail so far. For the construction phase, there'd be a one-way delivery system, so you wouldn't have construction vehicles meeting each other on that route, and that would take place over about 30 weeks. There is potential for meeting other vehicles on the network, and you're right, there will be constraints and it will be challenging at certain points, but there's also going to be temporary traffic management measures put into place, and those will be secured as part of the construction traffic management plan. And then once we're into the operational phase, this type of site will attract the occasional maintenance requirements. I think it's probably once or twice a month you will have visits to the fields, but again, that is probably no different from agricultural use of the same site, so I don't think in terms of the operational phase we'd put much weight on that. But yeah, it has been considered, there are constraints, but mitigation is being delivered.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Gawley.
Yes, can you pull up the plan of the site with the various fields and the road. That one, yeah. So I suppose my question is, I was wondering about the rationale for the field on the left-hand side that's closest to the houses, that's adjacent to, I think, Monger Lane and Clandown Lane. The rest of the fields seem further away from residential, from houses, but that one's slap bang next door to houses as far as I could see. So my question is, why was that field chosen as well as the others? And also, what are the mitigations that are literally on the boundary of those houses to prevent them from seeing the solar panels?
So in terms of the rationale for choosing that field, that would be a query for the developer. Initially, when this site came forward at pre-application, as you've heard, it did cover an area that was around 3 times the size. So the fields that were taken out were the fields which would have had really, really significant landscape impact, so largely those fields to the north of Water Lane. So I would suggest that Field D probably was kept in because that one doesn't have a significant landscape impact, although again, really a question for the developer. In terms of mitigation, there is some sort of new tree planting in this area, but noted it obviously won't screen the development for these residents. There's existing hedgerow planting in that area as well. The report acknowledges that there will be a change in outlook for these residents. It's whether that change of outlook would result in kind of significant harm to residential amenity. It's not a change in outlook that's going to kind of obscure views completely. It's not going to kind of create loss of light or anything like that. So I think it'd be quite difficult to say that that change in outlook, whilst it's going from a rural to a more kind of urbanised appearance, would create significant harm in that regard.
Thank you. Anybody else got a question? Councillor Hughes, you've been asked some as well in a minute. Let Councillor Simon speak first.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Firstly, can we go to about this third slide? This is maybe a silly question, but it looks as though there were it had been bombed, in which case has there been an assessment of whether there's any ordnance left? It's the next slide, I think.
That one?
My other question is whether the land is totally taken out of agricultural use, or whether it can be used for grazing of sheep or poultry or anything like that, and therefore not entirely lost to agriculture.
So, in response to your first question, I'm not 100% sure of the archaeology that's in that location, but it has been assessed by our archaeology consultant, who doesn't have an objections, recommended a couple of pre-commencement conditions which secure a programme of archaeological work and publication as required. In terms of your question about grazing, yes, the land could be used for grazing if that was feasible with the panels. I know on other sites that has been stated that that is a possibility. You'll note as well that there is a condition which secures a decommissioning statement, and that does make clear that the land will essentially revert back to a greenfield agricultural land and won't become previously developed land once all of the paraphernalia has been removed.
Thank you. Back to Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. Another question. I mean, obviously this site has battery storage, and I previously mentioned the issue of the single-track lanes and access to the site. I know that there was recently a fire at a similar BESS site in Cirencester, which required 40 firefighters to attend. Are we really comfortable that this site out here is accessible if that were to happen?
So the fire service were consulted. They didn't offer a comment on the application. I've just flicked back to this plan. You can see that there is an existing hydrant in this location here, which isn't too far from the site. So there is an absence of an objection. I know the highways team have obviously assessed it for the purposes of emergency vehicles. I don't know if you've got further comment, Dan.
Yeah, the only comment on that would be swept path analysis was undertaken for vehicles that would be larger than the fire appliances. So they could definitely access the site, and again, it would be down to the fire service to comment if they had any concerns.
Sorry, so, but how many? I mean, the BES is in the centre of that development there. If you had to get 40 firefighters in there, could you do it?
Again, I think that would be for the fire service to provide expert advice on that. That's probably outside of my remit.
Okay.
Sorry, Sean. There is also specific legislation which is surrounding battery storage, and there's guidance from the fire service about the amount of water and stored water that has to be stored near the site for this purpose. So the site would have to comply with that under the separate guidance as well, which I think the submission does talk about in more detail. I don't have it to hand. So again, that has been considered as part of the application.
Okay. And the issue of potential fire hazards, has that been considered in the proximity of this to a local hospital as well?
Again, in terms of the guidance, the applicant has sort of set out why they're complying with it, and I haven't had any comment from the fire service, and I haven't had an objection from them on that.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Gawley.
So just going back to Councillor Hardman's point about contributions to the community over 45 years, is that something that is subject to negotiation? Is that a possibility that we can add a condition, or is there a sort of guidelines that you're working to?
So there's not anything in the submission which secures this for community energy use, and I haven't given weight to that in the planning assessment. The difficulty with securing it as kind of community energy is that a lot of this energy goes back to the grid, so it's quite difficult for us to give that significant weight in the planning balance. So I haven't suggested a condition. I don't think it's necessary in this case because it's never been assessed as having that community element to it.
Can I just jump in there? Just to be really clear, that doesn't form part of the recommendation in terms of the contributions, and the legal officer can advise more if more is needed, but we shouldn't take that, members shouldn't take that money into account in coming to a decision. That is a separate matter between the applicants and the communities that they're involving. It shouldn't be a material consideration for you to think about today, because it's not part of the recommendation.
Thank you. Lucy?
Yes, thank you. I just got a question. I don't think it was touched on by my colleague, but I just want to check. It was a comment in the third-party comments that this particular site has least potential in quotation marks for solar development in the Baines landscape sensitivity assessment. Could you just, I think that's different from agricultural quality. Could you just elaborate on that a little bit and whether that's accurate?
Yes, so there is a landscape sensitivity assessment which was undertaken in 2021 by the Council, which essentially was used to underpin policy CP3 in terms of providing guidance as to where the areas in the district were that would provide the best technical potential for solar and wind developments, but also the areas where they would have essentially the least landscape harm. So the size of the developments are banded A to D, I believe, in terms of the size of solar farms. This one falls into band D, so that's, I think, 15 to 30 hectares from memory. It's only just in that band. Band C, I think, goes up to 15 hectares, and this is just over 15. And then it basically splits the district into different areas and gives them a score based on their potential, which I think goes from 0 or 1 to 5 or something like that. This one is in an area which is of least potential for solar due to potential landscape impacts for solar farms of this size. However, the policy doesn't preclude developments coming forward in that area. They can still come forward in that area as long as, obviously, we apply our landscape policies and that adverse effects can be mitigated. So as the report sets out, there are a number of viewpoints which have been explored and they were agreed with our landscape consultant. The one which is considered to be the most harmful is from this public right-of-way up here, the dotted green line I'm indicating with my cursor. That's viewpoint 9. And that's considered to have a major adverse effect from that view. But after year 10, subject to the mitigation, so the landscape planting, that will move to a moderate adverse effect, which our landscape consultant believes is acceptable within the context of the scheme. Obviously, that is for the committee to make a decision on that.
Just to follow up, could you have asked for more landscaping, more mature landscaping, so that it's not 10 years to wait to achieve moderate?
So there is a condition securing details of the soft landscaping and also a landscape ecological management plan, which I think is going to be really crucial here to make sure that hedges are maintained to a certain height to provide that screening. So we will ask for the most mature planting we can. It's obviously a balance between what will take, what won't, etc. And obviously our landscape colleagues will look at that. I think realistically it still will be around that 10-year mark that we'll get to that point of moderate.
Thank you. Councillor Jackson.
Thank you, Chair. I've got questions in two areas. My experience of Monger Lane and Clandown Lane, which, by the way, goes off from Poulton Hospital, is that they're actually used at certain times of the day for rat running. And I was wondering if any survey had been done of the 24/7 use of these lanes, which, as I said, in my experience, can be quite heavy. That's the first point. And of course, you do ask yourself if at these peak hours they were to meet a flock of sheep that had escaped from this location, what exactly would happen? But that's the first thing. The highways access troubles me. And secondly, I've been trying to work out the maths of it all. I'm presuming actually that the 45-year timeline for the permission has something to do with the length of time it will take the company to reimburse itself for the sheer expense of all these installations, the ancillary wiring and everything that goes into the grid. And I wonder if we shouldn't be a little bit more honest about who's going to benefit, because it's going to go into the national grid, not to keep a local farm going or something. So I'd be very, on my third problem, we have a very active group of vandals in the area who've done enormous damage, costing thousands of pounds in Radstock and Westfield. What precautions are going to be taken to stop them turning their activities towards these battery containers and so on?
Okay, Dan, do you want to answer the question on the sheep?
Yeah, I'll start with the vehicle numbers. So the submission does include a transport statement which looked at the traffic flows on both of those roads. But as part of the mitigation and ahead of the agreement of any construction traffic management plan, there's a commitment to avoid the peak hours, so there'll be no deliveries to the site between 8 and 9 and potentially between 5 and 6, but we may vary those depending on when we look at the numbers again. So there should be avoidance of the peak times, and there may be mixture with agricultural activity, but again it would be the responsibility of any driver to make sure they're driving at appropriate speed and avoid conflict.
Okay, so there was a question about the longevity.
Yeah, so I believe the 45-year period is to do with the life of the equipment as well. So it may be that solar power or solar photovoltaics will develop as time goes by. They may need to be replaced. That's the length of time that the developer has applied for permission for, and obviously we've got the condition ensuring its removal. Yes, the power will feed into the national grid, and of course there will be a benefit to the developer here. Otherwise, it would be quite unlikely, I think, that they would be choosing to develop the site. But just because the electricity itself isn't feeding directly into the adjacent communities doesn't mean that those communities wouldn't benefit from the clean energy to the grid. And the NPPF particularly, and our policies do give very significant weight to that clean energy regardless of where it's being used. It's still going to power that just over 3,200 homes. So just because it's not being directed to the local community, and I don't know in practice how that would be possible given that they're powered by the local grid, doesn't mean that members shouldn't give that clean energy weight. In terms of safety and security, the application has been referred to the Designing Out crime officer, who didn't have a significant objection but gave some comments to the developer, particularly in terms of the deer fencing, which they've said may not be sufficient to keep out thieves, etc. You're right, these developments can be the target due to the equipment that's there. So they've suggested things like CCTV and detection and intrusion devices, which the developer would have to look at and make sure that they provide really for their own benefit more than anything.
Thank you. Have we got any more questions before we move on to the debate? No, okay. As is customary, sorry. Oh, Councillor Jackson.
Okay. We're translocating hedges and doing new planting. How long do the applicants estimate it will take for, say, blackthorn to grow, or for these translocated hedges to, well, to take root and flourish? I think it's about 15 years that it's taken the ones that are odd down outside Fuller's Earth to recover and come back up to what they were in 2004.
I'm actually not sure on the specific amount of time, I'm afraid, Eleanor, but obviously the Landscape Ecological Management Plan would cover the management to make sure that they flourish as well as possible in the quickest time as possible. Obviously, our landscape and consultant and ecologist will have assessed the translocation and haven't objected to that part of the scheme.
Okay, thank you. So, as is customary, if the member of the committee is a ward member, they get to speak first. So, Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. Previously I have been very supportive of solar farms in Baines, and there is some good to come from them. And obviously a sustainable energy source that can power 3,000 houses is an attractive proposition. However, not all locations are suitable, and I've come to the conclusion that I just don't feel this one is. My first concern comes down to the location in terms of access. I mean, the single-track lanes around here, Lovers Lane, Waters Lane, etc., are totally unsuitable for large vehicles, whether that's construction vehicles, whether that's for emergency vehicles. I would be doubtful that a one-way system is going to work in this situation, and there really is no way to pass vehicles along these lanes. My second concern is probably one of my major concerns is the use of grade 3 land, 3A land. We have lots of areas locally where it's 3B, 4 and 5, areas that would be suitable of lower grade agricultural land for this type of development. And several of those were identified in the proposal for the local plan. However, those seem to have been ignored, and we're going to develop on a piece of 3A land where 66% of it anyway is 3A. And we really need to be protecting our prime agricultural land for food production, not for this purpose. My third concern is around the battery storage. We know that it's relatively safe, but accidents do happen. I believe between 2018 and 2023, there were more than 70 BESS fires worldwide in battery storage. And say this year, there's been 2 this year in the UK, one in Cirencester and one in Essex. And as I mentioned earlier, the Cirencester one required the attendance of 40 firefighters to resolve it. And the residents were subject to thick black plumes of smoke. And in an area like this, a rural area, there's the potential then of farmland, of fires on farmlands and wildlife. So that does concern me. I also would pick up the issues raised about the lack of local benefits. I appreciate that this is being fed into the local grid, but I'm really struggling to see how local residents gain any benefit from this this development, which I would assume is going to generate quite a significant income for the developers. So surely there should be some benefits passed back to the community. Finally, I think we've touched on the issue of visual impacts. It's a 45-year development where it's going to take 10 years to see the benefits of the mitigation that's being put in place to protect us against the impacts. I think also there is the loss of amenity to the residents that live adjacent to this development. So, all in all, I'm not keen about this development at all. I would suggest that if anyone's in any doubt about this one, that a site visit may help to understand the topography of the site and the issues of access and location to residents and local hospitals. but I certainly at this stage wouldn't be supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you. Just on some of those points, obviously we need to hope that the applicants know what they're doing and they're applying all the necessary non-planning rules to their development in terms of safety. We can't speculate about accidents that could happen. That's be a reason for refusal. And in terms of, I mean, certainly, you do raise some valid points on amenity and visual impact, and we are aware that there is going to be some adverse visual harm to the north-east of the site, isn't it? And that will be minimised after 10 years to a less harmful impact. But of course, we have to weigh up the benefits of the scheme against the adverse harm that could be caused. So does anybody else want to make a point? Councillor Hansel. Obviously, bearing in mind, we recently approved a solar farm in your ward, didn't we?
Yes. Councillor Jackson put her hand up simultaneously, and I'm happy to defer to Councillor Jackson.
Well, that's very kind of you, Councillor. But I was expecting Councillor Hughes to make a proposal, actually, and I was going to second it because I think his misgivings are very well founded. I think it would be very irresponsible if we didn't sort of future-proof sites and consider the health and safety risks that we may be incurring for local residents. And apart from the fact there'll be a sort of righteous feel-good factor in installing it, I am unable to see any benefit for local residents at all. But I would certainly also, because I know the area quite well, think that the idea of a site visit might be beneficial for if we have a substantial number of councillors who are not familiar with this neck of the woods. I think that having the solar installations in Field D so close to dwellings is really not acceptable, full stop. I would be feeling less strongly about this if that field were not included, but I'm sure it has to be included to make the operation viable. Obviously, we consider the policy that's on the table in front of us, and we can't say, well, the council policy is wrong, because that doesn't apply. It's the facts and the fields and the grass and so on that we must think about. And similarly, I believe in Portsmouth we have a solar system over the park and ride areas. We have long suggested in Westfield that what we ought to do is have a policy to cover the roofs of industrial units, and we could supply a site that possibly would be as effective as this one even. But that's not that's not on the table at the moment. We can't redesign it. We can only look at this one, and I think it's in the wrong location, a highly rural setting of narrow lanes, fields, hedgerows, and it's not just the bats, it's the what it will do to the birds altogether who are declining in this area. So I was going to second a motion which I was hoping Councillor Hughes is going to put forward, but perhaps Councillor Hansel will do that.
Well, we've got some other speakers to come yet, but Councillor Hansel.
Thank you. I'm reminded of the recent planning application for a solar farm at Ferry Hill, Compton Dando, which the committee was minded to approve, and that was accessible through narrow lanes. And of course, once a site is constructed, as was explained, a number of people wanting to access the site is minimal, and probably no more than would go to the field as it is. Now, climate change is the most important issue of our time, and that's why the government has made it a critical national priority to meet a legally binding target. Our own council has declared a climate emergency, and that was agreed across all parties and independents. And we must remember that the drive towards renewable sources of energy not only reduces our dependence on imported sources of energy, but can give us sustainable, cheaper energy in the future. as was pointed out by Councillor Jackson, although people will suggest that there are alternative sites or other sites, we have to look at what's in front of us. That's the duty of the committee. We can't replace one application with something else. So we're looking at this, and the only thing that matters is not policy that's not been created yet or imagined, but policy that exists now. Otherwise, it's just not fair to the applicant. Now, we have a policy, CP3, our own policy, which seeks to achieve an increase in renewable energy. And it says that solar energy development will be supported where it's not sited on the most versatile agricultural land. This is not the most versatile agricultural land, as it's been said many times. It's grade 3, it's not grade 1 or 2. There are very, very impressive biodiversity gains. Now, the National Policy Planning Framework makes it very clear that the balance of planning arguments will be in favour of development of renewable energy. And I take the completely opposite view to what's been expressed so far, and I would be supporting this recommendation at the appropriate time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hodge.
Yes, thank you. I agree with the points Councillor Hansell's made in kind of the general value of solar energy, solar farms, and everything we must do to try and expand renewable energy. Having said that, I share Councillor Eleanor's, I've forgotten your son, Councillor Jackson's concerns, and I'm also concerned that we have gone to the trouble of doing a Baines a landscape sensitivity assessment, and this site was classified as having least potential, and we've put in mitigation, but the mitigation isn't going to be, in my opinion, sort of fully effective for quite a long time, for 10 years or more. So I would like to recommend it. I would find it difficult to support this application without a site visit, and I'd like to recommend a site visit.
Councillor Jackson.
Another point I wish to make, if we were looking at a housing estate here, we would say it was unsustainable, because I think the nearest bus stop is up by Poulton Hospital. And although it's quite a regular service to Bristol and to Radstock, it would be quite a stretch to walk from bus stop to these installations if you were somebody working on the site.
Councillor Simon.
I was going to suggest that it be, the committee is obviously divided. I was going to suggest it would be easier if I moved acceptance and we can then move to a vote. However, if Councillor Hodge feels that a site visit is needed, then perhaps that's the first motion to take and then to consider.
Yes, so Councillor Hodge, you want to put forward a motion for a site visit?
Sorry, I'm putting forward a motion for a site visit.
Yeah, Councillor Gawley.
Yes, I think I'm happy to second that. I take everything that Councillor Hansell has said about the need for solar energy. I think that's really important, and we have indeed recently supported an application which I was proud to propose, I think. But I am concerned about Field D. It's not a housing estate, but the lack of mitigations on that boundary concern me, and I'd like to be able to see that for myself, to be reassured that actually it's not going to be a huge visual intrusion and loss of immunity for those people who live in that community.
Shall we take a vote on whether we should have a site visit and defer the application until next month? Okay, all those in favour? 6 against? And abstentions. I won't be here next month, so I won't be part of the decision-making process anyway. Okay, so are we deferring for a site visit then? Yep. Thank you. Okay, so that will go to, actually, the site visit would have been on, it's going to be Bank Holiday Monday, isn't it? So we'll need to find a date for that. Yeah, yeah, we'll clarify that. Okay, we'll just have 5 minutes for a short comfort break. I'm very sorry to keep you waiting. We're just waiting for Councillor Crossley to come back. Here he is. Right, we shall reconvene, thank you. Go on to item 3, which is Little Horsecroft Farm, Ford Road in Wellow, and Danny's going to present that.
Thank you, Chair. Yep, so item 3 on the agenda is an application at Little Horsecroft Farm, just to the east of Wellow. So just by way of background, so the proposal is for the retention of agricultural hard standing, which is already on site. The hard standing was constructed by Wessex Water under their permitted development rights. As a condition of those PD rights, it requires Wessex Water to remove the hard standing once the works have ceased. So the application is to just retain it for agricultural purposes in connection with the agricultural land holding. So just a site location plan, the location of the hard standing is outlined in red where the development is, and then wider blue line ownership extent. And just proposed plan, a little bit more zoomed in on the right. So there is a access track which comes off of Ford Road, leads down to the hard standing. To the south is proposed for additional planting, included native tree planting and a meadow, which is, and then we've got the river running down from the south as well. The site is within the Greenbelt National Landscape and is also in flood zones 2 and 3. So it's just a site photo, so is my cursor going to work? Nope. So you can see the hard standing just kind of to the right of that image, which is subject to this application, and then just beyond that is where the planting would be. The left image is just looking further left, so to the east of the site. And then on the right-hand image, that is the Ford Road, which runs to the north of the site. You can kind of see from these images that the land slopes quite steeply down south. The actual location of the hard standing is relatively flat, however. Officer recommendation is to permit for the reasons given in the committee report. Thank you.
Thank you, Danny. We have 2 speakers. We have Wellow Parish Council, Michael Clarkson, speak first. Thank you. Okay, just press the button in front of you, that's it.
Good afternoon, Chair, Councillors. My name is Mike Clarkson. Thank you for allowing me to address the committee as a parish councillor on behalf of Wellow Parish Council. At our meeting on the 9th of September 2024, after consideration of this application, we voted to oppose it on the following grounds. The site is within the Greenbelt and the Cotswold National gone off. Therefore, unless there are very special circumstances, any proposed development may be considered inappropriate. With the greatest of respect to Mr. Shellard, who is a valued member of our community, we do not consider the provision of additional storage space for his trailers to be very special circumstances. The principal activity on the site is the processing of imported logs for commercial firewood, with a secondary activity being the grazing of horses. Neither of these activities can be classified as agricultural. Therefore, we challenge the proposal's definition of agricultural hard standing. There appears to be plenty of space for parking trailers on the existing areas of hard standing to the west of the site. We object to any further encroachment of development onto this important river meadow adjacent to the Wellow Brook, with a public right-of-way passing next to the site, which would negatively affect the openness of the Greenbelt and AONB. We therefore request that Wessex Water should be asked to comply with the condition under which it obtained permission for this temporary storage compound and return the site to its previous status as a green field by removing the hardcore, spreading the topsoil which currently forms the bund on the eastern edge of the site, and reseeding the area.
We ask the committee to reject this planning application.
Thank you, Councillor Clarkson. Could I ask Frank Shellard, Mr. Shellard, to come forward? You're the applicant, I believe.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Council members and guests. My name is Frank Shallard, the applicant. Application number 24/0284/4, retention of storage compound for agricultural use at Little Horsecroft Farm, Ford Road, Wellow, Bath. We were looking to extend the yard. Machinery has got both bigger and very expensive, and safe and secure storage is now a must. The existing agricultural side of the business is a lot bigger than described. We farm approximately 350 to 400 acres, and as many businesses and farms, more storage is required. It seemed a very sensible plan and solution to use the existing hard surface rather than build and apply to build a new one, which we were in the process of doing. Comments, notes from the Parish Council, the existing hard standing is the buildings that you could see on here. This is a reasonable suggestion, but unfortunately the footpath runs right through the middle of them. The two barns are either side, and with more storage there, it would render them unpractical for use as storage in the middle of the yard. The photograph on here would clearly show that to you. The other yard on the back of the barns is already used extensively for the storage of feed and fodder. Farming is very much a large part of the business, which seems to have been overlooked by the parish. Flood zones 2 and 3 and visual impact. The surface land, the new land and the land levels are exactly the same as prior. So water and soil would be exactly the same on the drainage capabilities, so the flood zone would not be affected. The hard surface is not over visible from the highway, and with the new planting will virtually be hidden. Openness to the green belt, the development of the green belt and hard standing, the visual impact in the green belt and the openness is very small. And as we grass it over and it greens up, it will appear the same as the surrounding fields. Agricultural land being developed. This is a very small development, and once seeded over, as previously said, will appear the same as the surrounding land. Support letters have been received for the application, and it also improves highway safety. The natural progression and agricultural purpose is a must, and I feel that this application ticks all the planning boxes that Baines have laid out. Conservation is very much part of the application and development. BNG site meeting has taken place, and the planting scheme, once implemented, and the BNG new meadow planted, will only enhance the green belt and this area.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Shallard. You've had your 3 minutes. Do we have any questions for Danny regarding the scheme? Councillor Heaton.
Thank you. I'm just trying to understand this piece of hard standing. The proposal is for it to remain as it is, not to be built on. Is there the potential, though, that storage containers could be put on there as a temporary? I noticed that on the design and access statement, there's quite a lot of storage containers on a similar part of the site. Would we be able to prevent that happening on this piece of hard standing?
So there is no change of use for this proposal. It would remain as agricultural as it was before the hard standing was there. Because the land is relatively flat, prior to the hard standing being there, because it's an agricultural use, temporary buildings could be there anyway. So in that regard, there is no change as to whether temporary buildings for agricultural use could be sited on that land.
Councillor Jackson.
I'm getting weary. This isn't an agricultural use, if I've understood correctly, given what the definition of agriculture is in the NPPF. And secondly, assuming vehicles were parked on this hard standing, what security would there be for them, given the amount of rural crime there is?
So, in relation to the agricultural use, it is believed that the site is agricultural in its definition. The existing barns on site are used for general storage of tractors and machinery in association with the wider use of the land. There are animals on site as well. I am aware that the site to the north, Wellow Trekking Centre, is an equestrian use, and there may be some crossover, but the actual agricultural holding is considered to be in that use. The vehicles parked and security issues, I assume that they would be in connection with the rest of the holding and the security measures that take place there. I'm not aware of any proposals for additional security measures as part of this application.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councillor Gawley, then Councillor Hansel.
There is an issue on the road opposite the Wellow Trekking Centre with a lot of cars and other vehicles being parked on the verge. I'm just wondering if any of these belong to the farm, and whether actually by having this additional hard standing, whether that will relieve some of the problems of parking on the verge.
It is part of the application benefits that have been put forward that the hard standing would remove any parking of the agricultural machinery on that verge. That verge is used by the public for parking, so it wouldn't necessarily remove that, but it would remove the ability to, well, need to use tractors and stuff on that verge.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Gurley asked exactly the question I was going to ask, so thank you.
Excellent. Question to ask before we move on. Okay. Councillor Jackson.
Picked up on this one. There's a pathway going through the site, isn't there? Is there a proposal for making a deviation of it or rerouting?
There is a public way which runs through the site. There is no proposed change to that route.
Thank you. Councillor Gawley, it's in your ward. Do you want to speak first?
Okay. I think this is probably making the use of something that's already there. And if it's removing vehicles from the road, then that's good. I do understand there are concerns in Wellow Parish Council. I accept that. But I think that this is it's not a fait accompli, that's the wrong word. It could be taken away, but I just think it makes a good use of something that's already there. And I guess if we're thinking in terms of sort of carbon credentials, just not to take it, just making use of the hard standing that's already there is better than taking it away and dumping it somewhere else.
And the view is, from the recommendation, that it won't have any adverse impact on the green belt or the national landscape. Councillor McPhee.
I thought the applicant made a very good point. If he's farming 350 acres, he's going to have quite a lot of agricultural equipment.
Thanks for that view. Anybody else got a view to put forward? Councillor Crossley? You'd like to move the recommendation. Do you want anybody else to say anything or second? Councillor Samuel, second. Anybody else want to say anything before we vote? No? Councillor Jackson.
I wanted to suggest that if we are going to permit this application, we write a strong letter to Wessex Water saying that if there is a condition on their use of land, we expect them to abide by it. This situation, which, could turn out for the good, has risen because the Wessex Water didn't remove the hard standing as they were supposed to do, as I understand.
Was there a specific timing on the permitted development?
So the application actually came in before Wessex Water needed to remove the hard standing. I believe it was the end of 2024 that the hard standing needed to be removed, or around then, but the application was submitted prior to that. It was left there because the application was in to retain it.
Councillor Cross has moved the recommendation, seconded by Councillor Simon. All those in favour? Unanimous. That's been approved. Thank you. Are we okay to move on to the next one? Or we'll just let Chris set up, so maybe another 2-minute break or so. Okay, we shall resume. Final item is the Hollies, Charlton Road and Keynsham. And I'll ask Chris if he would be happy to present the application.
Thank you, Chair. Item 4 before the committee this afternoon is an application which relates to the Hollies on Charlton Road in Keynsham. The applications for the subdivision of land and conversion of an existing residential annex to a dwelling. In summary, it's the conversion of the annex to the dwelling, really. Here's a site location plan showing the site. For context for those who are familiar with Keynsham, this is just in behind the High Street, which is shown on the right-hand side there. It's close to shops, the local train station, and a number of other amenities and services. The site itself is split broadly into two parts. So the northernmost part is the host dwelling. The southern part is the annex, which is located closest to Ashton Way Car Park. So block plans showing the site as existing as proposed. The only change on here is the infilling of a existing access gate between the two. And existing elevations which show the annex. You can see in the north elevation there's a folding door. In the proposed elevations you can see that this has been blocked up. This is one of the main areas of concern that officers had during the course of the application. The original application for the annex was amended to include those bifold doors so that it had a greater degree of intimacy with the host dwelling. Now that it's proposed for independent use, the applicant has offered to remove those doors, and that will be secured by condition, and then a further condition to prevent reinstatement of windows or doors in that elevation. The building's large enough to accord with space standards for independent occupation. It's got adequate outside amenity space, its own independent access, and its own curtilage. So a couple of pictures. The one on the left-hand side shows the dwelling from outside of the site. So it's an existing feature within the townscape. Given its scale and its surroundings, it keys in quite nicely with the pattern of development. The picture on the right-hand side shows the front of the annex as existing. And just a couple of photos here to show the relationship between the annex and the host dwelling. So the one on the left is taken from just in front of the doors in the north elevation. As you can see, it's quite close to the windows, and there is intervisibility between the upper windows of the host building and the annex. And then a picture on the right there of taken from the curtilage of what is proposed to be the new dwelling, showing the host building. As you can see, there's no intervisibility at ground floor level because of the fence there. Overall, it's not considered that there's any conflict with planning policies, and it's therefore recommended that the application is permitted.
Thank you. We've got no speakers on this one. Anybody want to ask Chris a question? Councillor Crossley.
Sorry if I missed it, but can you just show me how the exit from this house to the main road system goes?
Yeah, certainly. So there is no vehicular access to this property. It's highly sustainably located in the centre of Keynsham. Pedestrian access is taken from a pedestrian gate. I understand that it's wide enough to fit a wheelchair, onto the footpath, which is located to the west of the site there. It goes between Charlton Road and Ashton Way Car Park, and that's an independent pedestrian access for the dwelling.
So, can I just... So, we're assuming that this is a car-free house?
That's correct.
And what happens if the person wants a car?
If the person wants a car, their options are to park on street or to apply for potentially a permit in the car park, depending on whether parking services want to deal with that. I mean, personally, I don't think there's any need for the occupier to have a car. They'd be buying a property that they know doesn't have a car parking space. And even if they did purchase a car, I don't think that a single vehicle on the public highway would contribute to any highway safety issue.
Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, looking on Google Earth, the entrance to that pathway is partially blocked by a lamppost, narrowing it quite considerably. Are we saying that that is still compliant? the lamppost is literally in the alleyway.
I don't recall seeing a lamppost in the alleyway. It's a public right-of-way, it's a public footpath, which forms part of the highway network, just as any other access.
But there is one, so I'm just... It obviously narrows the path, unless Google Earth is wrong. It's indenting the width of that pathway. But you've obviously assessed that, maybe.
Yeah, when I undertook my site visit and walked along the footpath, I didn't notice anything obvious as a constraint to the width of that footway. Dan's just having a quick look for us.
Just to clarify, we didn't provide comments on this application from a highway point of view. It didn't meet our tests. You're right. Looking on Google Street View, there is a lamppost next to in the entrance to that footway. I would say we should have made, the Highway Authority would have made a judgment at the time about whether sufficient width was retained, or if they wouldn't have put the lamppost there. So I am going to assume that that assessment was made at that time, and therefore that it was deemed appropriate.
No, Councillor Jackson.
There's a planning consent for a granny annex 2017, and so I'm wondering if it's been assumed that you'd be able to get one of these little electric buggy, sort of electronified wheelchairs into this dwelling, all right, and around that lamppost. Is that the case?
To my knowledge, the annex was designed to meet accessibility standards and was occupied for that purpose for a number of years. I don't believe they had any issues accessing the property.
Councillor Hounsell. Sorry. Councillor Hounsell. Okay, Councillor Gawley.
Yeah, just looking at that front door, is it wide enough for a wheelchair? I mean, you know, if we're talking about making this as an accessible thing, and then there's a problem with the pathway and the lamppost, I mean, are there restraints here, constraints here?
I think it's worth clarifying that the dwelling isn't proposed to meet any accessible standards. There's no policy requirement for it to meet accessibility standards. It's just proposed as a single dwelling, converting from what's there at the minute. It's obviously building regulations compliant.
Councillor Hodge.
Yes, thank you. So I just wanted to, Keynsham Town Council, that looking at the previous application that Keynsham Town Council supported, you know, with the request that there was a condition that the annex should remain as additional accommodation and to the main dwelling and should not be sold on a separate property in the future. And that condition for ancillary use went in on the grounds, looking back, that with the reassurances that the inclusion of the condition was so that it was always residential, ancillary residential, and not separate dwelling for holiday lets or business use, to protect the character of the area. I suppose that's 2017 and we're 2025 now, but I just wonder what in your mind has changed to come to a different conclusion and overturn that condition, because that point is made by Keynsham Council in objecting to the application.
Yeah, so I think the main thing that's changed in terms of this proposal is the omission of those doors and windows on the north elevation, which means that there's no longer a privacy or an intervisibility issue. My understanding that from that condition was that the thrust of that was directed at residential amenity, being the principal issue there, and as I say, that matter is being addressed. I mean, in terms of character and appearance, it's obviously fairly discreet in the built environment. It doesn't kind of read as being a particularly incongruous addition. I would say whether it's occupied as an annex or a dwelling, it would have very similar impact in terms of character and appearance.
Councillor McPhee. Did you want? Yep.
When we're debating, I'll come back. But I did go there yesterday, and I stood at the gate, and I think that it's slightly wider than you'd expect, possibly because of the lamppost that is there. So it works. I think you'll find that the whole thing works without having to move the lamppost.
Thank you. One thing that's different to when the previous permission was given is that we've got these higher housing targets, and we at this moment do not have a 5-year land supply. So is it like the plan application we considered this morning, that we're looking at the tilted balance, that basically the weight goes in favour of the application unless there's extremely strong reasons to object? So are we looking at the concept of tilted balance in making this decision for this application?
My professional view, as put out in the recommendation, is that the scheme is policy compliant. If the committee finds that the scheme is not policy compliant, then the tilted balance would be engaged.
Okay, anybody else got a question? We'll move on. Councillor Jackson.
I personally think there isn't a problem with this dwelling, but I do think that the town council have got a point. Is it possible to put a condition on it that it can't be an Airbnb? Because if it's an Airbnb, I assume we can't count it against our housing total.
Either use as an Airbnb or a residential dwelling is likely to fall under use class C3. There wouldn't be a material change of use there. The government is looking at potentially changing that situation by introducing a new use class, but for the time being, a Airbnb is likely to be the same as a C3 dwelling. I don't think that condition would be reasonable.
Okay. Councillor Hansel. Well, yes, I'm ready for the debate. Yes, so you want to open up?
Thank you. Maybe I should defer to Councillor McPhee because he's a Keynsham councillor. Do you want to go first? Okay. I think this is a really interesting one. Normally we would be very uncomfortable about allowing a ancillary building to become a separate entity. This is a very unique location. In fact, could you go back to the plan of the street plan? Right. Now, it's right on the corner. It's next to a tyre replacement company. You mentioned the high street. The road parallel that we can see there is Ashton Way. It's within a short walk of bus stops where a number of bus services stop. It's actually also a very short walk to the railway station. It's very close to the Tesco supermarket. It's an incredibly sustainable location for a single person or a couple that don't require a car. There's no need for a car to live there quite successfully. We need to maximise the use of our housing stock. This would add one more to our numbers, and council tax would ensue. With the changes that have been proposed to do with windows and doors and so on, I fully support this application, and in fact I would move a motion to support the officer recommendation.
Thank you. Anyone to second that? Yeah, Councillor McPhee, thank you. Yes, I mean, it's a sustainable location, it's a modest dwelling. The reason that the condition was imposed in the first place was because of the amenity implications. That's now been removed, and there will be a condition that prevents any more openings going in on that side elevation to protect the amenities of the main house. So I don't have a problem with this either. Councillor Hughes?
Sorry. Well, but if we are going to permit it, could we at least assess that access point to make sure that it suits at least emergency services, if nothing else? Let's make sure that it is actually fully compliant, because clearly that access hasn't been assessed properly.
Although isn't it the status quo of this anyway? I mean, you know, it's obviously been lived in. Does it make any difference whether it was an annex or a relative of someone living in the main house, or it's an independent house?
Only response on terms of emergency access is that it would be a building regulations requirement, and that should be assessed. It would have been assessed when it was constructed in the first place. So I'm not sure whether a further assessment is required just because of this change. Maybe Chris can comment.
Just out of curiosity, how is the garbage going to get collected? Is it going to be through this entrance to the car park?
If I may jump in on a couple of those points.
Please do.
In this particular instance, there's information within the design and access statement that says the property has been accessed successfully in the past by emergency services. In terms of bins, it's only a short walk along the pedestrian footpath to the front of Charlton Road, where bins could be taken from.
Anybody else want to say anything before we vote? No? Okay, Councillor Crossley.
I think the problem we've got with all of these, and it's going to be a problem we increasingly face, is that of developing in backlands. And every time we take away half a garden, we take away nature, we take away facilities, we take away an environment that, while it belongs to the householder, serves the wider community. And you can see actually applications coming in on several of these backland gardens once this is in, because an owner comes in, buys it, gets an application for a new house, sells it, moves on somewhere else. So I think we've got many issues, and perhaps we need a more robust policy on back garden development than we've got at the moment. But according to policy, I don't think we have a reason to not accept this. But I'm uncomfortable with the way we're going to be losing back gardens increasingly over the coming years under the pressure to build new houses.
Okay, thank you. I mean, that's been minuted, and we can certainly take that forward when we review the local plan and the policies. Councillor Blackburn.
Yeah, just wanted to pick up on this, from an accessibility point of view. This was an annex in the existing property with road frontage. So understanding that emergency services had accessed that property to attend to potentially an elderly relative that annex was built for, it was only given permission in 2017. Has that really been assessed? Just saying it has been accessed. This would be accessed via the lane, because they're going to cut off that access when they sell the property.
Chair.
Yes, Councillor Hansel.
Right. I mean, I probably need a confirmation of this, but there's also access, if it needs to be, by emergency vehicles or somebody trying to escape a situation, directly into the car park. So you don't have to go up that lane. There's a car park adjacent, and that provides another alternative.
Take Councillor McPhee, then you, and then you.
You know, you could condition it, couldn't you, so that actually they're allowed to take their rubbish and walk through the next door neighbour, the current owner's road.
They would be potentially separate ownerships, so we wouldn't be able to put a condition that would be binding on another owner.
So they'd have to go out and down the pub.
That's my understanding, yes.
Yeah.
Sorry, unless I misunderstood what Duncan said, I have a real exception to it. Just because it backs onto council land doesn't mean to say we should facilitate inappropriate development unless we get a big sum of money for it.
Yeah, can I just say it's not development, it's there.
Yeah. And it's policy compliant. Councillor Jackson.
Well, I was going to say it may well be that Keynsham car parks are just like Radstock and Midsummer Norton, since there's been parking charges inflicted on the residents, that there is a space there. But it could also be that somebody like a post office van might be parked up there and there might not be the access. So I don't know how you resolve that one. But I do think that Councillor Crossley has an extremely good point about backland development, and all I can say is I'm proud of the fact that the Westfield Neighbourhood Plan has a policy on it. We're against it. Unfortunately, when applications come in for backland development, the Baines officer usually overturns the view of the parish council.
Okay. Shall we have a vote, please? Councillor Hounsell, you put forward the motion to support the recommendation, seconded by Councillor McPhee. All those in favour? Seven against, 3. Okay, so permission's been granted, and that concludes the applications. We have 2 reports at the end of the agenda: the appeals report and the quarterly performance report for the 1st of Jan to the 31st of March. Has anybody got any views or want to say anything regarding? Councillor?
Just quickly on the appeals report, there was a hedge case which I can't find on our website because it's an enforcement. It's, I think, important that we read cases where they're overturned. So I'd be grateful if we can be circulated with the appeal decision on the decision, the hedge decision. It's on page 168.
Can I come on that one as well? Just to say that you will notice that it has taken a very long time to get an appeal decision. In fact, it took a very long time for the council to get round to making its judgment in the first place. So it's actually many years since the issue arose. It was about a very, very tall Leylandi tree line. And in those years, of course, the Leylandi has grown even more. So it's not a very happy situation, and the council's officer's judgment or collective judgment has been proved to have been incorrect. The inspector has ruled that the height, which is well over 12 metres now, be brought down to, I think it's 6 metres, or maybe it's 5 metres, and then a metre of growth allowed. But it's a shame that the people, the neighbours that have appealed our decision have had to suffer for so many years in one of the worst cases of this I've ever seen.
Right, so yeah, I've noticed, Councillor Hodge.
It's a separate point, actually. But this is just to note 9 Van Diemen's Lane, Lansdowne. We all made a site visit to see the raised lawn and gabion wall structure, and the planning committee's decision has been upheld by the inspector and the appeal was dismissed. So pleased to see that.
And I noticed that one application that we refused for 9 dwellings in Clutton has been lodged as an appeal. So we'll see how they go, because that was recommended for refusal as well as being refused by the committee. Okay, any other points to make on the appeals before we move on to the last piece, which is the quarterly performance report? Anybody want to make any comments, offer any congratulations or thanks to the officers? Or criticism?
Okay. Firstly, I have a feeling I might have used the unit feet when I meant metres in my last comments about the height of the tree. It's 12 metres. Right. In the performance report, it talks about a 5-year housing land supply. It still says it's over 6 years, but we've had explained today that that's not quite the case. And I wonder if the team manager, Chris, could just elaborate and clarify for the record.
Yes, of course. So we publish the housing trajectory, which sets out our 5-year land supply position every year. and that's following a count of homes that have basically been delivered in the previous year. Those counts have taken place, and we're still just sort of totting up things and verifying various bits of evidence about homes still to be delivered. The 5-year supply that's in the performance report before you is the last trajectory we had, so that does then indicate that we did have a 5-year land supply, but we know based on our current estimates and forecasting that we we haven't had one now since the start of April. So we will be shortly publishing an interim sort of position statement regarding 5-year land supply, and that will go up on the website, setting out some more accurate sort of figures and numbers about where we stand on 5-year land supply.
I'll come back to you.
If we finished, I just wanted to say thank you on behalf of the committee for all your efforts in the last, is it 18 months? 2 years.
Yes, yeah.
There you are.
No, thank you. I was going to say, actually, thank you to all of you for supporting me as chair over this past year, and also vice chair the year before. Special thanks to our officers. Thank you for your wisdom and guidance to enable us to make sound planning decisions, more or less. Okay, are we all done? Do you want to say anything else, Fiona, before we finish?
I'm sorry, I'm slightly outfaced by that last point, because I was going on to, is there a way of telling how many houses haven't been built that have been given permission, and is that going to be in your report?
I will have to check with policy colleagues about what data we would publish in the sort of like the annual monitoring report. I'm sure that data will exist. Whether it's possible to match permissions precisely with which ones have been built and which ones haven't, but you could probably get the overall totals and make a fair judgment.
Okay, thank you. The next committee is the Wednesday, the 4th of June, 2025 the site visit would have been scheduled for the 28th, but that's a bank holiday Monday, so we'll have to figure out an alternative date. Advice will be given in due course. And good luck in electing a new chair. I'll close the meeting. Okay. Yep.
Which section are you referring to? The enforcement investigations, because that does have a breakdown in the columns. April to June 2024 is the only stop notice on there, other than and then January to March 2025.
If there's nothing else, I'll officially close the committee.